Hello, friends. Hello, hello. How's it going? Good evening. It is Friday. Hello, everybody. Let's see. Is this gonna be one of those keyboard streams? What does that even mean? What is those keyboard streams? What is this theory? No time of stock tears out. Yeah, today the prohibited taboo word, the T word, is allowed. Today's a T word safe zone kind of day. With the Tonky Thawkers and the Holy Clackers. Yeah, it is that kind of stream today. Very thocky if I do say so myself. Alright, anyway, good to see you all. Hope you all had a wonderful week. I hope you've all been doing well. Nacho, hello, hello. Happy Thawking, hello. Lana, Thawk Static. Unboxing my Dolce R5 right now. Oh, Jampot, hey. How are you doing, mate? Let me know how you like Dolce R5. I haven't seen it myself, so I've seen photos. I've seen pictures that others have posted from the EU, but that's the extent of my reception of Dolce R5 so far. Mr. Mason, hello. Reborn, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Happy Thawking 17. Haven't finished unboxing, I love it. Nice. Yeah, I hope you like it. I mean, it's a classic. I think the only thing that's really unique is the R5, the kitting, and the custom colored enter. I think that's the only stuff that's really kind of stand out a little, I guess. But that's about it. Alright, so today is a solderless, I guess, stream. So I have a few things to unbox first of all, so let's go ahead and do that. I've received a few items from some of our sponsors. So let's see. Where is the... I put it around here, I can't find it. Okay. So first we have some packages from Canon Keys. Obviously I ripped off the label, as you can see. So I got some packages from Canon Keys. One of them, I'm pretty sure it should be GMK Hallyu, most likely. And this one is probably, or it's either or. And this one's probably something else that I don't know about. So we'll see. So let's actually just check them both out. Let's start with this one. Ooh, 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 ooh. Alright. Alright. Ooh, what is this? Esper by Typo? Typo? Do you guys know what this is? Esper by Typo. Esper, a person who practices the development of psychic abilities such as telekinesis. Oh, that's miss. That's a typo right there. Telekinesis, that's a typo. That's a typo. That's a typo. Future sight, hypnotism, and telepathy. Check if you're allowed to show that. Oh yes, I am. I most certainly am allowed to show it. This is why it was sent to me, you know. So let's open this up. Oh my gosh, this is like kind of tough. It looks like it's a keycap set, and we haven't also gotten. That's Anya Forger. Yes, it is a preview today, so you guys get a preview of the set, okay? So this is a new Canon caps set, and this is a new one that just came out called Minty, so they sent these two out. And you guys will get to see both. We won't get to use them, unfortunately, because today is not an MX build. So I'll probably take these out on the next stream that we do an MX build, and we can check them out. All right, so. Ooh, that's kind of pretty. This is pretty. It has many colors too. Whoa. Okay. So that's a very, very light gray. That's a purple, and then there are black legends and like black sub legends and purple main legends. That's pretty cool. Oh no! Our enemy has arrived, guys. Can you see what's happening? Weeb Legends? No, that's not it. Mod Pipe? No, that's not it. You guys don't see it? Pipe? No! It's not the pipe! The pipe, this is an alpha pipe. The enemy has invaded. Ah! It has crossed the borders, guys. We must defend our nation. We must protect our borders. Oh my goodness, look at this. And my worst nightmare comes true as I see this. It's not just this one. So now you guys can see that the Esper Nation has attacked, and this is what you will expect to see when you get your set of GMK Botanical Round 2. GMK Botanical Round 2 will have this particular style of caps. So just so you know. And of course, I assume this says ISPA. I guess, probably. It says back, and look at how tight this is. This is why I was not very approving of it during the GMK Botanical Round 2 group buy or interest checker or whichever you want. But look at how tight this is. The step caps, you see how the S is about to fall off? That S is about to fall off, my friends. This is why I was not a big advocate of this caps lock. For good reason, I think. Mind you, the legends on the modifiers are not as thick as your usual like alpha legend, so considering that it's a thinner legend, it still is very tight on the surface of that keycap. So it's just too close. It's just cutting it way too close to the edge, which is the only reason I don't like it. Yeah, if it were not this, like if it didn't have this like super tight look, that, like, you know, looks like the legend's about to fall off from the edge, it would be a little better. But unfortunately, the icon and the text, they just can't be there together, in my opinion at least. Anyway, so that's the only thing. And I kind of think the same way about the icon plus text backspace. I was actually giving feedback on PBT Neko Chino. It's Captain Sterling just posted an interest check of this very cute set. PBT, it's on the Keycaps. Basically, it's like a GMK Cafe but reimagined, so to speak. It has like this brown alphas and basically similar to sort of like GMK Cafe theme. And then cats, you know, cats like latte art with cats and whatnot. Anyways, very cute set, and I was giving the feedback that, you know, for caps lock, I personally think that just saying caps is a little too bare, and with the icon is too tight. And I personally think that caps lock, the standard style caps lock like the one over here, is the most appropriate for step caps locks, only specifically to step caps lock. And then for 1.5U backspace, I personally think you can choose. I don't care which one the designer chooses at the end of the day. It can either say delete, backspace, text only, or have the backspace arrow, like the regular backspace arrow, the left pointing arrow, slightly longer, but that's it. You know, just the icon. I think the icon plus text makes it look just a little too busy. Probably just too tight on the cap, and basically because the whole word backspace doesn't fit, you have to resort to using an abbreviation of backspace, in this case back or BKSP, BKSP, and it just doesn't really work out too well in my opinion. But it's, at the end of the day, it's a preference thing. But yeah. Anyway, but nonetheless, like, I think other than the legend choice, this set looks very pretty. The legends are pretty crisp. Like, I actually am, something that I do like right now that I'm seeing is this particular enter key, in the sense that there's these two colors. There's three colors, right? So there's the color of the modifier, and then there's the purple and the black, and the edges are super crisp, so like you don't see the colors bleed into each other, which is really good. So I do like how the legend, how like novelty was like done pretty nicely. So that's like a very nice thing about this PBT set right now. Like, I mean, something that I'm seeing like is like the quality of the legend itself is actually pretty good. That said, I mean, of course, you know, give or take, like, you will see some sort of small things that, you know, maybe bother you, maybe don't, but it all depends on how picky you are about your, you know, keycap legends and whatnot. But for the price, I think it's a pretty good deal. So yeah. And then anyway, so that's that. And then we have the rest. Oh, see, so 1.75U works fine. See how 1.75U works totally okay with the full backspace legend and the arrow, but it just barely fits on the 1.75U. This is an indication that 1.5U can't really have icon plus text. It's just too different. It just doesn't look good. Like, it just doesn't look good because you're forced to do an abbreviation of it. But nonetheless, the set looks very pretty. I do like the idea of this set, and I think the color choice of this set is actually super subtle and super nice. One thing is for sure, that the very, very light gray of the modifiers is relatively hard to distinguish against the white, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's actually just subtle. So, but yeah, so pretty nice set. But you know, just a few things like that would bother me. Are you happy with 1.5U backspace? Yeah, I am happy with that. Yeah, I'm 100% fine with 1.5U full backspace legend, with no icon. Yeah, I don't mind either way. I use both I've used both on different sets, different key sets. I've all used delete. I think some key sets have delete and not backspace, and those are okay too. Yeah. I don't think I would rather have either or. I mean, I don't care. I actually don't care at that point. But I think it's just more so that the 1.5U surface just doesn't fit both. So, yeah. Alright, and then we got the Minty key set, which I think you've seen probably from maybe Apiary stream or maybe Alex stream. I don't know. You might have seen in other streams, but this is the Minty key set. This one is basically 9009 like colors, but with a higher contrast. We have a white base for the alphas, and then the rest is pretty much, well, the Minty color is actually more, it's kind of more pastel-y. But nonetheless, it's a nice green. But this is Keycaps Minty, and the other set is Keycaps Keycaps Esper. So Minty looks pretty nice. It comes with accent arrow keys and is purplish enter as well, and some purplish accents, and you know, all the support for 40s. You have support for 7U bottom row. You have support for split space bars, so the key set compatibility has like no issues. So really nice compatibility for the price, and the colors look sweet. Yeah, these are new Keycaps things. Not super keen on Keycaps pricing, but it's okay, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like the idea is that at least it's all in stock, it's available, so like these are options basically. There's just additional options you do get to purchase, so that's nice. Alright, let's open now this one. This one should be my set of GMK Hallyu, which, let me just double check for a oh, where's my packing slip on this? How come this one doesn't? Oh, here it is. Okay. Alright. So here is GMK Hallyu. GMK Hallyu, I got the base kit and the novelties. These are the novelties, looking super nice. Huh. That's pretty cute. I'm pretty meh about this one, this novelty, but the rest are super adorable. I really like the rest. I really like the finger heart, the eye here, and the little what is it supposed to be, like bibimbap or something? Anyway, looks cute. Looks cute. I like this one. Base color came out super nice. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of GMK Dots. Kind of reminds me of GMK Dots a lot. Alright, let's check out the set. So today's gonna be a kind of nice long stream because the plan for today is not only to transfer an HHKB into the heavy Grail case, but we're also going to lube the plate. So that's gonna take a while. If you've seen Nathan's like Veracity Steel heavy Grail stream or the other stream, you know how long it took. So it's gonna be a long stream. So you know, if you're gonna be around for the rest of the night, well, you know, you're welcome to stay around. If you have plans for the night, you know, it's fine. But yeah, we'll be around here for a while today. Don't forget to what? Couldn't read anything. Sorry. So suddenly you see a black box on my screen here. Did Nacho say something funny? I don't know. Kind of heard like something like a mosquito sound. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Ooh! Oh! Damn! Okay, this is pretty. Ooh! Oh, damn! This is cute. This is mad cute. Damn, okay. This set's nice. Look at that. So we have at the top, we have like this light, sort of like purple. It's almost like a lavender color. Then we have like this orange legend here. And then this one's kind of like a creamish color. It's like it's almost like a coral color. It's like skin tone almost. It's like very nice, sort of like peachy sort of color. And then we have this like kind of yellow color. This is not green. It's like yellow color. And then yeah, but it's looking extra cute. Really like it. Yeah, with the Hangul sub legends too. It looks really good. Also, one thing is that it is well, all the colors are in the legends, but the modifiers are all the same color, so there's no distinction between mod or alpha, which is pretty nice. So that's kind of cool. I didn't join this because I'm not into Gradient T sort of sets. Me neither, Ninewalker. Me neither. I'm actually not into gradient sets either, but this was an exception. I really like the novelties in general. Like, I really like the concept of the novelties. And I also was really into the idea of a Hangul set in these particular colors. So that's why I got it. But normally I'm not into the idea of like gradients. I think are particularly worse, in my opinion, when they have the full, like the base color of the caps being a gradient itself. Personally, it's just too much going on, and I don't like it. Yeah, but it looks nice. Top level alignment mods. Oh yeah, classic OG style of mods. Hey, Super Switch. Hello. How are you? If they have R2 with a mono kit, I'll consider. Yeah, that's a fair assessment, One Drunk Man. That's a very fair assessment. All right, we're gonna continue. Unbox things. So I got this cable here. This is a cable from CBB Planet. Just wanted to show this to you. Like, it came in the bubble mailer, so I already tossed that out. But I got this custom cable from CBB Planet, and with two different ends here. We have a micro and a mini, and it's just black paracord. Nice and murdered out. This is a 0B style limo. It's not limo like original limo. It's like a limo look-alike with the grid pattern here. There's a red dot over there, and we have two different types of connectors here. We have a USB-C in this nice metallic connector with a USB-C port. Looks really clean. Looks really nice. With the 0B sizing. And the other end is similar. Has this metallic, kind of chrome looking connector. And then the other one, I just got it with a standard heat shrink, just to compare. So this one has a heat shrink. Looks very clean. And yeah. So this is from CBB Planet. You can actually order custom cables now from CBB Planet. So if you're looking for a limo style cable like this, a straight or coiled, you can go to cbbplanet.com. There's we actually have a discount code for any orders from CBB Planet if you use, I think it's like Lightning or Lightning KB on checkout. But yeah, you can choose. Yeah, you can choose the connector or heat shrink. You can choose the sizing of the middle connector. You know, colors. There's a variety of paracord styles as well. I just went with all black because that's what I basically was missing. I didn't have like an all black sort of connector like this, and just sort of wanted to go with the whole murdered out look. And it's a little easier for me to match other things and to work with an all black cable. So I just went with this. But it looks really, really good. I really like it. Funnily enough, around the same time, I actually think I have it plugged around here. Oh yeah, here it is. So I always had this cable over here. This cable is a cable that this is like a limo lookalike as well. Slightly different style, like, you know, it's very, very similar, but slightly different in style here. This is also black paracord, and this one initially I had it made. A friend had made it, but then it actually started malfunctioning at one point. Maybe like it got pulled or something, and then I sent it out to Space Cables to have it all redone. So they did all the cabling all redone, and it just arrived actually. So funnily enough, all my black cables around at the same time, and now I have enough black cables to work with, which is really nice because I actually do have a lot of devices going on here. And oftentimes, like when I'm like testing PCBs and stuff, I kind of need to have like extra cables around. But yeah, I've been enjoying just simple cables. Nowadays, I pretty much don't get coiled cables anymore. I just get straight cables with simple colors and simple connector styles. Pretty much I try to get them in C and micro and mini, that's basically. I'm actually waiting on a USB micro connection as well. Because I like have a few micro devices I actually have to use. So yeah. Anyway, so that's the cable. I actually hate that you have to default to some cheap rubber to fit a $600 keyboard. You mean for the... Well, so this connector over here, the thick one, is what Funzy was mentioning, I think. So Funzy was mentioning this connector might not fit some keyboards. So like for example, I actually tested it out with the Zenith over here. And for the Zenith, it seems fine. You know, this one is fine because one thing about USB-C is that USB-C is a protruding cable where it inserts into the port rather than, I mean, well, it's actually similar to any other connector, but specifically USB-C, it just kind of like, it's just this part that plugs in. So like, and normally, like, you know, there's not that many keyboards that I've seen that have the C port like really recessed into the case. I've seen a few, but not too many. But this one seems fine. It definitely does help also that this part of the connector is recessed. So this is pretty nice. So it will fit just fine. So that part is nice. Maybe I can just try it out right now. Oops, sorry. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So that works. Okay, nice. You might have some trouble on the Keycal number 1 TKL or the bias. Yeah, maybe. I don't have the revision 1 and revision 2 Keycal number 1 TKL, so I can't really provide feedback on that. But yeah, I mean, those are slightly more recessed, right? So I guess maybe those will have some issues. That's the lovely green. Is that the Jules? No, this is the Zenith. This is the Zenith by Poner, by Ion Keyboards. Alright, and then we have a package here from Mr. Salvin. Actually, I'm not sure what to expect here. Ooh. Okay. Right on. Alright, we got some keycaps here. Oh, okay. Woo! Oh, sick. Okay, so here we got the knee-deep patina. Is this chat frozen? Oh, it must. Oh, it froze. Oh, it's back. There. It's back now. We got the kneecaps. We got anything else? Oh! What's this? Ian L. Alnature, Semanature, Meli, Owning Waffles, Gaufre au Miel. Are these are Stroop waffles basically, right? card just didn't open properly. Ooh, okay. Homing waffles. They lock onto your target. Yes, I will. I also have a homing mouth. I lock onto my target before eating it, and this is exactly what I will do right now. Just gonna take this. So at first you get that crunch, and there is enough bit of waffle that you don't immediately taste the sweetness of the honey, caramel, whatever, and then it just kicks in right away. Oh, it's really nice. Oh, it's so good. This would actually be really good over a cup of tea. I would really enjoy this over a cup of tea. Nice and warm. But yeah, it has butter, honey, syrup, sugar, wheat flour, egg emulsifier, salt, cinnamon, and then sodium bicarb and a little bit of vanilla. It contains wheat, egg, and milk, so if you're lactose intolerant. It also contains traces of nuts, so if you're lactose intolerant or you have a nut allergy, then this will probably be bad for you. But pretty cool. So good though. I love a good trace of these nuts. Yes, me too. I'm a big fan of nuts. Fun renovation. Or fun reno... okay, anyway. Good evening from Lisbon, Diego. Will you be using a Hasu controller over your build today? I will likely not be using a Hasu controller. If I recall correctly, we have a Happy Hacking Keyboard Professional Classic, which is the HHKB Pro 3, so to speak. And that one is actually, I believe it's programmable, semi-programmable. So technically we don't need a Hasu unless, the client would want to have a separate controller for it. Smooth or crunchy peanut butter? There is a wrong answer. Oh, the answer is so easy. Crunchy. Crunchy! Crunchy! It's gotta be crunchy. Please. It's gotta be crunchy. Crunchy peanut butter. Look. Smooth and creamy peanut butter is the one you start with, okay? This is like when you first start with a stock MX Brown switch on an OEM board with shitty ABS keycaps that shine and also look bad because the legends are like lasered or whatever. Crunchy peanut butter, like the one you could get like at Trader Joe's or something. Actually, the one that you can get at Trader Joe's is very good. It's like getting lubed MX Browns with switch films on a nice polycarbonate plate in a nice top mount custom keyboard. It's like that. It elevates the default experience to a whole new level. Everybody goes back to Browns. That's right. Everybody eventually goes back. You go back to the beginning. Anyway, anyone ever mix smooth and crunchy? I do. So if I have leftover smooth, or creamy and crunchy, I mix it. Yeah. So like if I'm doing like a peanut butter like PB&J sandwich, I'll use a little bit of both. More crunchy than creamy, than the soft one, than the smooth one, so that I get crunch on every bite, but the smoothness helps the putting on the bread. Yeah. Smooth peanut butter is for a 7-year-old school lunch. Thank you. Matcha Matsu, you get it. You get it. Alright, I'm gonna open these. Ooh. Hey, Dior bag. Hello, how are you? Wow, these are cool. I have to say, I'm not sure which one's my favorite yet. So this one is called, this is Dr. Green Thumb. This is Void Shift. This is Corrupted Frost. This is a Salvin Original Patina Blank. This is a Salvin and Knee Deep Cobalt Crush. And then, oh, we finally got the candy red. This is Glistering Garnet. Glistering Garnet. And this one, which might be actually my favorite because it's very reminiscent of actual Jawbreaker, is called Jawbreaker. So it's Jawbreaker, actually, oh, I can actually move them slightly so that you can see the names. There you go. Pretty nice. I think I really like the red one over here. I'm pretty into that one. The Jawbreaker one is very like funny. It really looks like a Jawbreaker. And then the Void Shift one is pretty cool too. But I think if I didn't want like a glossy one, I would go with the Corrupted Frost. Pretty cool. Red one's probably my favorite. I mean, it really looks like a car candy, like red candy, like paint or whatever. Like, it really does look like it. Like, check it out. This is pretty sick. Did you get Void Shift? Yes, I did. Void Shift is right here. This is Void Shift. These are clear coated, yeah. These are all clear coated. This is Corrupted Frost. This is more of a patina. This is Green Thumb, Dr. Green Thumb. It's basically the one, just like the red one, but green instead. Mine are stuck in Outpost? Oh man. This one is Cobalt Crush. Mine got a little bit of a bubble here. It has a little bubble over here. It's fine though. It's just texture. This is Cobalt Crush. Cobalt Crush kind of reminds me of like gravel, sorta. This is This is a patina blank. Do you guys see this? It's like a face. Looks like a little face. It's like, oh, like the eyes and the mouth. Oh. It's so cute. Oh, I like the how the sides aren't patinaed. So it's just the top here. Pog cap, yeah, Pog patina. And then this one, the last one here is the Jawbreaker one. This one really does look like a Jawbreaker though. It really does look like Homer from the patina dimension. Lick it? Okay, fine. I licked it. Don't do this at home, kids. Just kidding. Yeah, the Jawbreaker one is pretty cool. Oh, lick the Jawbreaker? Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Ah! My tongue! Ah! Okay, never mind. It is now L stock for lightning. Lightning stock keycaps. Easy. Resale value plummeted. He caught patina. Yes, I have caught the patina disease. Whatever that even means. Maybe I'll just put them over here. Or maybe actually I'll put them on the white. Probably better contrast over here. How does the metal residual taste like? It tastes like nothing actually, because it's been clear coated, so it doesn't taste like metal actually. It just tastes like, like glass basically, like just that like sort of like just hard clear sheen of it. Yeah. Alrighty, it is time, my friends. So our client sent out the thockiest keyboard ever in this beautiful Leopold bag, or Leopold branded bag or something. I don't know, maybe it came from mk.com, I'm not sure. But it came in this bag. Here we have our Happy Hacking Keyboard Professional Classic. Ooh, nice. Nice and thocky. Spacebar sounds very good. Spacebar sounds very good. Oh, look. And then in the back, the void sticker has already been voided. Well, so it's been open to be lubed, I suppose. And then it says, Happy Hacking Keyboard. Yeah, I assume. If not, maybe it just says, Happy Keyboard. Or maybe it says, Thocky Keyboard. Or I'm not sure. Or maybe it says, Embrace the cup rubber. I'm not sure. But yeah. It just says Happy Hacking. Okay. Happy Hacking. Okay. Alright, anyway, so that's that. Good feeling of oneness with cup rubber. Keegan, hello, how are you? Alright, so we have our product card. And we have our box here with, I assume this is the plate. Never knew you had that voice in you. I just do it for fun. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't say I'm the most normal individual out there. I will be like watching a movie on my own and suddenly I'll be like imitating people's voices. My brother, best friend. Alright. Let's open this up. Ooh. The Heavy Grail Credential Folio. Number 36. Wow, okay. Fancy. It really looks like a passport. Inspection records. Inspected and approved by the Los Angeles workshop team. Signed by Ryan Norbauer. By my hand this day. Oh! It was signed on July 4th, 2021. Hey. Nice. Now you can say this is a truly American keyboard. Signed on Independence Day. And then product notes. With a how-to. Which I think I've watched before the video. So I should know how to do that. Chills. Printed in the United States of America. My beloved country. Today we celebrate freedom. Alright. Great. Alright, we have our accessories box here. We have a file, a needle file, which I believe is used for the plate in case you have any flashing on the plate. Flashing just means little bits of plastic left off by the mold, the molding equipment. We have our screws. I assume this is for the plates. Just some, I don't know, some elastic. And more hardware to mount PCB and the case, I assume. And then we have rubber bump-ons. Okay. Okay. Oh. So, oh yeah. So I actually did check this before. But so this is I mean, if you want to see the fancy packaging paper that Norbauer uses, it's a very nice sort of coral colored paper. Nice packaging paper over here. But we have our Heavy Grail plate here in I forget what color this is. Might be like it's like the pink one. I don't know why it's like yellowed. Did something spill here? Anyway, I guess you won't get to see it. I don't know what's that. Something spilled? I don't know. Anyway, we have a pink plate over here. Very nice. The plastic feels very nice and smooth, which is pretty good. Yeah, this feels very nice. This is injection molded, and each of these will fit the sliders from the keyboard. Manufacturing defect? That's a known issue. Oh, okay. All pink plates are like that. Oh, I see. Ooh. We have a pure white case today. With a piece of gasket here inside. I believe this is the gasket that goes into the case, which we can actually tear off, and it will be put at the edges of the case. Oh, Forbidden 404! Thank you so much for the resub. Sus build? What do you mean sus build? And we have our foam here, if you wanted to if you're so inclined to put more foam on the inside of the board. Yeah, I'll put this over here. Move these away. I didn't know Topre was allowed on Twitch. Alright, we can just put the bump-ons now. So that we just get this over with. He has a pass. I definitely do like my Topre though. I definitely do enjoy Topre quite a lot. Okay. So let's start. Let's start with the build. So the first step that we have to do, the case we can actually just put aside for now. I mean, we could really honestly start with just by lubing the plate right away. But we should actually just disassemble the HHKB, the original HHKB first. So that will be the first step really to start here. So to begin, we are gonna take off the screws from the HHKB here. Actually, before that, I'm gonna test it out. I'm just gonna test out the keyboard. Make sure it's working. Oh, this cable's kind of tangled up over here. Okay. Alright, just open it up here. Open up via. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, that's good. Alright, cool. So everything works. These stock HHKB stabs have gotten good. I believe this is not stock, because you can see the void label has already been torn. I don't own any Topre, but I did enjoy the couple of Topre boards I got to try at our local meetup. Oh, nice! Topre is lovely. I personally really like Topre. I can't emphasize that enough. Alright, so the first step here is you guys see this ribbon cable over here. So on the ribbon cable here, there is a little lever that you can raise. And then you raise it, and then you carefully can remove the ribbon cable from the PCB. You want to keep your screws aside for a second. Okay, so that's the ribbon cable here. So this controller we're gonna need later on, but we'll leave it for now. All right, the next step is to take out our screws here. Also, I think I missed you earlier, Ojpoj, but thanks for being here. I hope you're doing well. DNA infused keycaps. Just look at my pings here. Oh, looks like Alex is streaming. Alright, so you remove the bajillion screws. As you can see, there's quite a few screws here that... so the screws here, what they're doing is they are keeping the PCB together with the plate. And the plate itself is the top case. The top case is the plate of the HHKB. This is not quite the case in the Real Force or in the Leopold series of boards. Those do have their own standalone plate. But in the case of the HHKB, it's integrated into the top case, so the top case itself serves as the plate. You remove all of your screws here, and now your PCB is dislodged here. So I want to be careful here, and instead of removing the PCB here as is, I'm going to flip it over. And then carefully remove my PCB from the plate. Okay, so these are the domes. Okay, so this is going to be going into the heavy grail later on. So for now, I'm going to keep this aside. So I'm gonna put it somewhere else so it's undisturbed for now, and just gonna put it aside. Okay. So that's that, and then now we have to remove all of our sliders and all of our keycaps and all that. So maybe I should remove all the keycaps first, but it's fine. You can always still remove them like this. So you just grab a keycap puller. Here I have one, and you just remove the keycaps. So here, remove all of our keycaps. Ever try BK Extreme domes? I might have tried them at a meetup, but I have not. I have not tried them on my own boards because they're not my particular taste, my particular cup of tea. So no, I have not tried them for my own keyboards, but I've tried them like somewhere else probably. I was wondering what's so odd about the board. It's membrane. Yeah. So Topre is basically a rubber dome based mechanism. The difference is that it is this electrocapacitive membrane mechanism, which is similar to like a lot of other rubber dome boards. And what's unique about Topre though is that it is pretty consistent as far as the sensitivity of the electrocapacitive mechanism. And so yeah, so it's like pretty highly lauded. That said, it is pretty much like a lot like a regular rubber dome board. But I think the consistency is really what sets it apart, as well as like just the quality of the cases and the keycaps, you know. Oops. Well, I think it's mostly, why do people refer to rubber domes to membrane? I think that the misconception, or rather the difference, is that people associate, like, you know, because when you say membrane, just the word membrane on its own, right? It refers to like a sheet or like some sort of like you know, surface, you know, like a membrane covers this, you know. So it actually doesn't need to be rubber made, like, you know, made out of rubber or made out of domes specifically. Like, you know, in just the sense of the word, it's just like a sheet of some material. Even in general for cheap generic rubber domes, not just Topre. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean it is a misnomer. In a way, I mean, one's a more generic term than the other, so that's the thing. Okay, so then there's that, and then there's this spring you want to keep aside. This is for the space bar. Just increases the overall like actuation weight of the space bar. For the keys here, I'm just gonna put them aside for now. Alright, so that's that, and then we remove all of our sliders here. Oh, it looks like these have silencing rings on, so... oh well, I should have been more careful, but it's okay. Okay, so you remove all your sliders here. Okay, just let's see if there's any remnants here. There's just this one. And then there's the spacebar and the stabilized keys. Alright, so the next part is going to be removing the stabilized keys. So for the stabilized keys, you just take out this metallic clip here, and then just remove this. And then just making sure that we get the silencing ring as well. It's fine. And same for this. Just get that. Alright, so this plate we can just leave aside now after removing the space bar. So the space bar seemed to be already lubed, so I actually might not need to touch it up, but we'll see. So here for the space bar, there's these two clips that kind of hold it, so you might want to get like a spudger or something, or you can get like a flathead screwdriver and just push along the tab here, and it should come right off. There it is. Removed. Alright, so we can put these aside now. Alright, so I have these aside for now, and I think the next step is going to be lubing our plate. I'm going to lube these with Tribosys 3204. So let me see, where's my Tribosys 3204? Give me 1 second. So for Topre, I prefer using Tribosys 3204 because it is a little lighter than 205. 205 I personally find it too thick for Topre specifically. So we want to lube those. Well, we want to lube this with Tribosys so that it's just not as thick and not as kind of gummy feeling or too slow feeling. Okay. So for a very light application of the lube on the plate, I use these micro applicators. You can actually do exclamation micro applicators and find these on Amazon. I have like hundreds of these, and I just use these to lube Topre or other switches as well. I actually use these whenever I want to apply lube very, very lightly, just barely on the surface of anything, and they are, you know, disposable, and you know, they're very easy to use. So I just use these instead of a brush. Alright, so let's get started with this. So this is my Tribosys here. Alright, so So you just want to lube the rail here very lightly. And you want to do that for both sides, so I'm just gonna go in order and do all 60, all 58 of these, I guess, or 57 of these. And then switch over to the other side. So what's up, guys? You guys have plans for the weekend? What's going on for y'all in y'all's lives? Got any fun plans for the weekend? It got warm, pretty warm here. Although it was a little, it was a bit crispier, like kind of like cooler weather in the morning, and then it got pretty warm in the afternoon here. But it's been getting finally a little bit warmer overall, so pretty nice out. Oh, micro applicators, I think with is plural. Or applicators? I actually don't remember. It's either exclamation applicators or exclamation micro applicators. It's either, I think exclamation applicators. Can someone try? Maybe Peaches. Can you try? But if it's not enabled, it's also on my gear list with exclamation gear. Oh, thank you. I'm working on a Notion template for keeping track of my mechanical keyboards collection. Not sure if that qualifies as fun though. It can be fun if you thrive in being organized and doing bookkeeping, which I personally sometimes enjoy and sometimes hate. Love and hate relationship with that for sure. I personally hate organizing stuff sometimes, like especially physical things like in my room, like cleaning my room and like making it look all tidy and stuff. It drives me nuts because I have a lot of things, and also I'm very indecisive when it comes to that kind of stuff. So sometimes I just can't visualize exactly what I want, and I get really stressed out. But if it's like, you know, like a spreadsheet or something, that's a little different. My friend is having tamales party tonight. Oh, that sounds good. Long weekend for New Zealand and Australia for... What's Anzac? What's Anzac Day? Just lubing switches, doing some coding. Yeah, I'm doing work this weekend actually. I have like a conference to attend, so I'll be busy doing that. So we're now for Easter weekend, pretending to be extroverted, so I'm staying in my cave this weekend. Oh god. Oh yeah, okay. Pretending to be extroverted when you're not is truly tiresome. You know. As much as we live in a society that still has some issues with many different aspects of it, I feel like oftentimes introverts have a harder time having to cater to the extroverts. At least I feel that way. He said we live in a society. We do live in a society. Trying to finish up art for a desk mat design for a VTuber. Oh, very cool, Limited Switch Works. That sounds pretty interesting. Hopefully it's something that turns out pretty well and they like it. I low-key enjoy spreadsheets. I like the ease of Notion database particularly. I'm not very keen on... Well, I am not very exposed to Notion databases, so I actually don't know how powerful it is yet. I haven't messed around with it enough to be like, oh, I know exactly why Notion databases are great. Or clunky, or, you know, good or bad. I don't really, can't characterize it at all. Don't know what the comparison is. Since most of my bookkeeping is through spreadsheets, like, you know, Google Sheets or like Excel or like, yeah, or just like notes here and there. So I don't know much about Notion database specifically. I have like Notion tables or like just regular note pages, but I don't have a database to organize everything. I do use Notion like for like a bunch of things though. I can be extroverted for very short spurts. The rest of the time, nope. Yeah, same. I can't do it. I mean, I actually am pretty extroverted when I'm out there. Like I can be very extroverted like, but I know that I do tire out. Anzac Day is remembrance of the soldiers who died in the Gallipoli during World War I. It's like a memorial service tomorrow morning. I see. Do you attend the service? Or do you just know about it and you just stay home and chill? So tomorrow basically might be Peaches' manga anime catch-up day. Easy clap. Just kidding, I don't know. Isn't every day that? Stay at home and chill? Nice. Any serious bookkeeping stuff has to be done in a proper spreadsheet for me, but Notion is really easy for simple stuff you don't need lots of formulas for. I see. Well, I don't even use that many formulas to begin with. Like, it's not that complicated. Mostly it's just arithmetic. It's just pluses and minuses. So maybe some multiplications for basic things, but yeah, spreadsheets I'm just a little bit more used to. But yeah, Notion sounds interesting though. For tables and like the whatnot. I mean, what I do like about Notion is like the tagging system, or like the categorizing with drop downs. That kind of stuff is pretty neat. That stuff is like, if you try to do it with like Excel, it ends up being pretty annoying to like make all that work, for it to like properly work with macros and all that kind of stuff for Excel. But I'm sure that for Notion it's pretty much built in, so it's easier. Like check boxes, that kind of stuff, you know? Like I do like Notion and like other note-taking related apps because of that. I like check boxes and tables that do basic functions pretty well, and like they look good, and you can like sort by whatever much easily than going to a menu in Excel. Is it Notion Keycaps set based on what you guys are talking about? Yes? Oh. I actually didn't know that. I actually did not know that. That's hilarious. I had no idea. I thought it was just a coincidental thing. Pretty much that's how I should work my job application, trying to move to a new department that doesn't need to deal with customers every day. Oh, I see. That does sound like, so you might like, you would rather do like sort of like more back end work where you're not really front facing to customers. Yeah, I honestly feel that I prefer that kind of work too. But that said, yeah, I mean, having to seek out a position specifically to your needs, it's a little more challenging. Yeah. Good luck though. Sometimes the front-facing jobs are actually kind of nice because once you do that, that's all your responsibilities, you know. But it is more tiresome on a daily basis as far as like having to expend that energy to deal with people. But sometimes that is your only responsibility because people know it's tiring, which can be nice. Alright, I did the one side of the rail for each position, so now I'm going to do the reverse side. Their search functionality is awful. We use it for work. It's been a pain to search for things in Notion. I have to say, a lot. I feel like there are so many tools, utilities, like software in general, that whose search function algorithm is just not that good. It's just, I don't know what it is. It's just not that good. Like one thing is also like the result bar, search bar results, like UI tends to be really bad. Like it doesn't highlight what you want to actually see, so you actually don't know what is exactly being found per the query, and so you need to like click on it and navigate into it so that you can actually take a close look at what it is and if it's an actual match of what you want. That stuff is annoying. It's also like the UI. Happy Friday, Nihon Jam. Happy Friday, I guess Saturday for you. I've been using Notion to create a database of keyword stuff from AliExpress for Brazil's community. Everything categorized using the tags makes it easier for the newbies. Yeah, no, for sure. I think the tag function is particularly good. But there are also other functionalities on Notion that are kind of clunky. Like having too many lines will like get very I don't know, like it kind of runs slow and like it struggles to load things from the web. Or like images that you load in also get kind of clunky when you like open that particular page with a lot of images or media in general. Like the embedding is not great, or like just like needs refreshing every so often. Got my heavy 9 shipping details, so your stream is perfect to get ready. Oh, nice. The heavy 9 stream, the heavy 9 build should be a lot easier though, because you're just, heavy 9 is just a transfer of the internals. The heavy Grail, as opposed to the heavy 9 or the heavy 6 or the Norbauer, it's beyond that because the plate is separate from the original. So it requires separation of the PCB from the plate, and yeah, it's just messier. Oh, Mr. TGID, hello. I thought you were busy today with house stuff. Good to see you, buddy. How are you? Just chilling out for a bit? Taking it easy? You have dinner? Hello, yes, I'm in the future. Yes, you are, Mr. Nihon. Not yet. One more month. Nomming down some Korean fried. Oh my god! Korean fried chicken. I want some so badly. Oh, that sounds so good right now. Oh my god. I'm beyond jealous. I've been wanting Korean fried chicken for a little while now. or fried chicken in general. I just love fried chicken. I love chicken, and fried chicken particularly, but chicken in general. Oh, Korean fried chicken sounds really good right now. I love like a whole. I mean, I could probably eat like, I don't know how many wings I normally eat on one sitting. Maybe like if they're the small kind, I probably eat like anywhere from 10 to 20. If they're the bigger ones, like the drumsticks and the thighs and whatnot, the wings and all that stuff, then I eat like just a more regular size, like maybe like half of that. I've never tried Korean fried chicken, but I really want to. I've got a running list of places I want to try out. Yeah, I mean, for sure, Super Switch. I mean, like, if you do have some access to ingredients, I highly also suggest checking out recipes. I mean, there are a lot of more simplified, but still very, very yummy recipes that people have made for, like, maybe, like, if you have an air fryer or an oven or whatever. Like, there's ways to do this in a way that it still kind of tastes very, very close to what it is. And if you don't have access to, like, a restaurant that makes it, there are still ways around it that recreate the flavor pretty well. But if you do enjoy cooking or preparing stuff, you might be maybe worth a try too. And then maybe, you know, that'll be a good reference for you to be like, okay, maybe this tastes this way and it was okay. And hoping that, you know, when you actually try the real thing, it tastes different. I do that sometimes with food that I haven't tried. I got 1 pound of soy garlic and 1 pound sweet and spicy. Boy, that sounds so good right now. I had dinner already, but that sounds so delicious. How's the thaw coming along? It's coming along. We're currently lubing the plates. I normally switch applicators in the middle, but this one seems to be okay for this plate. Sometimes the applicator itself gets a little fraying, starts fraying a little bit, or gets a little flimsy, but this one seems fine. So I just did it with one applicator and it seems okay. Has Korean fried chicken taken off in North America? It's getting super popular in New Zealand. Oh, it's been popular here, especially in the big cities. I would say, like, if you go to Chicago, Los Angeles, Atlanta, you know, New York, of course, and whatnot, like anywhere where there's a decently sized Korean population, you'll see it. You'll see it. It's decently popular. For someone that has never lubed Topre, what are some key things that I should know? That you are not lubing the sliders and you're lubing the plate. That for Topre, really less is more. You don't want to overlube Topre. Overlubing Topre is probably the #1 worst thing you can ever do. Main reason being that it is also difficult to remove the lube. And it's way worse with Topre because since you're lubing the plate, once you overlube the plate, you're kind of screwed. In a very, like, big way, because it just takes longer to make reparations for it. So less is more. Always start with less and then apply a little more if you're not satisfied with it. You can even start stock and see if you like it, and then go from there. It's tedious, but it's not difficult. It's tedious, so it's requires a little bit of patience, but it's not that hard at all to get it done right. Alright, so we have lubed these guys over here. So let's start popping in some sliders. I heard barbecue chicken in K-Town's New York is pretty good. It's pretty decent. I would say it's good. The only problem with food in K-Town, New York is just that it's expensive as fuck, right? But other than that, I mean, pretty good. I mean, Canada, it's only really blown up in the last few years here. That makes sense, I guess. It's also not like the Korean population in Canada is even like I wouldn't call it huge. It's gotten bigger though. It's gotten bigger. It's certainly gotten bigger. But yeah. Also the Korean hot dog, yeah, I mean they all kind of take off. Normally if one takes off, the other ones all take off together because they're all like fast food Korean, right? So like junk food / fast food Korean. They all have like a very like similar trend to them. So when one takes off, all the other ones do too. I'll be using all the Deskeys parts for the Heavy 9 build. Oh, I see. But see, I'm willing to invest in my culinary experiences. Oh, same. I'm actually going to have some yakitori on Monday. So that'll be nice. Not gonna lie, I'm still baffled at the sugar in Korean corn dogs. What do you mean? You're baffled at the usage of sugar, or you're baffled at what? Do you like chicken heart and liver? Yes, I do. I do like gizzard, chicken heart, liver, whatever you name it. I like it. I am not afraid to eat stranger and weirder things that people normally don't consider. I've tried other kinds of meats too. Like I've tried like different kinds of birds too. I've yet to try like rabbit or like other. But I'm personally like open to trying. It's kind of funny coming from someone who at one point was actually vegan. But I tend to be more adventurous with food than not. So how about just chicken skin? Yeah, I like. Yeah, they roll it in sugar. Yeah, I know that. That doesn't seem too strange to me. That said, a lot of Korean like baked goods and fried stuff, yeah, definitely has an amount of sugar. The sugar sort of balances out a bit of the other tastes too. But it's just a very Korean thing for sure. Sweet and savory is pretty prominent. Asian taste, yep, exactly. Sweet and savory is a very, very typical profile for Asian cuisine, specifically East Asian cuisine. In fact, I don't know if you guys have ever, I mean, like, you know, I talk to like my Asian friends and like we always talk about how like a compliment when like especially like an adult, like an older person, when they compliment food, you know what they say? Oh, it's not too sweet. That's a compliment. It's not too sweet. That's because they know the sugar is there, but when it's not too much, but the flavor of the food is perfectly balanced along with the sweet, they say it's not too sweet, and that's like the best compliment you can get for your food. Maybe I'm just used to normal American corn dogs? Yeah, probably. Is there a story behind your vegan adventure? Mostly I just wanted to try doing it, and I had like ethical reasons too. Like I kind of wanted to not eat meat and generate less, like have a smaller carbon footprint, have a smaller footprint in terms of eating meat in general. Meat is expensive too. I want to change my diet. I want to try different things for my diet. I was pescatarian first, vegetarian next, and then vegan completely for a bit. And I love vegan food. I love vegan desserts too, occasionally. I mean, it depends on the vegan dessert too. Like some are, you have to do it right. But surprisingly, I found out also that being vegan is expensive. So in a way, I learned a lot. It also depends where you're located. Like if you have access to food, like to specific kinds of food, in certain locations it's quite the opposite, and being someone like, you know, being vegan can be prohibitively expensive, which is something I found out. And that's actually one of the main reasons that eventually stopped me from being vegan. It was that it was just expensive for the amount of things that I would get for my nutrition and whatnot. And I was just like, you know what? This was fun, and it's been fruitful in many ways. I learned a lot. It's been nice. I learned to cook different things, different ways of cooking. But I'm done. Eating healthy for cheap in NA? Unheard of. Yeah, well. You can find donuts with shredded cheese on glazed donuts in Asian donuts joints. Yeah, true. A lot of sweet and savory stuff in Asian cuisine in general. Good on you for trying. Yeah, I mean, I was so I mean, I don't need to expose too much, but like I went to a liberal arts school, okay? So I went to a liberal arts school known to be extremely liberal, particularly liberal. So liberal that, you know, it was really like nothing really surprised me at one point. We're like the beacon of progressivism and liberalism in Northeast America, basically. Like very liberal, small liberal arts school, you know, super kind of hippie hipster, all the things that you can imagine. And like, you know, like the number one thing I first learned when I first got there was about like PC-ness, and then I learned a lot about like all these other things, and then I found out like that, like, you know, like a quarter of my friends were vegan, or like had like a bajillion different kinds of dietary like differences, and then I was like, okay, I don't know what any of this is about, and then yeah, and then you just kind of get exposed to all that. I just limit my meat intake now. I can't go full vegan. Yeah, I mean, I limit my meat intake anyway. Were there a lot of potheads though? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, actually, you know what? I don't think it even matters if I told you where I went to. I went to Wesleyan University in Connecticut, which is a small liberal arts college. It's the same college where Lin-Manuel Miranda graduated from, Joss Whedon. There's a lot of popular people like MGMT is from Wesleyan. Yeah, and so you know, pretty big in the arts and in cinema, and super nice school. I personally loved going there, and yeah, potheads, yeah, lots of potheads. Oh, How I Met Your Mother writers are from Wesleyan too. I mean, in fact, they put Marshall and Ted in set at Wesleyan when they're talking about their older selves, and that's when they introduced the whole sandwich thing, right? Like eating a sandwich, like How I Met Your Mother. What do you study there? I study physics. I was a physics major. I initially went in thinking I was going to major in philosophy, but ended up majoring in physics. Unexpected, a liberal arts school? You'd be surprised. There's actually quite a number of extremely successful scientists who come out of liberal arts schools. Actually, I would say I probably met the smartest people I've ever known in my life there. Alright, let's double check. I do think the spacebar sounds okay on this board, or like earlier when I tested it. So I don't think I'm gonna have to lube the spacebar in particular. Maybe I'll just put a little more lube, like around the wire here. But I don't think we'll need to use much here. What are the pink internals from? This is the plate that comes with the heavy Grail. Alright. Oh, I can't find one of the silencing rings. I should have extra silencing rings. I'll ask. More creative thinking? Yeah, I would say so. People tend to be pretty open-minded. Philosophy and physics are very similar. I agree, actually. This is actually why I studied physics. It was because I met a professor who taught physics, and he was very, very eloquent. And he kind of convinced me in exploring science as a means of kind of learning, and I really enjoyed his class. I really enjoyed the way that worked, and so that's kind of how I got to major in physics, and I really enjoyed all that whole thing. You know, I used to like watch like the Feynman lectures on physics and that kind of stuff. So yeah, what is needed to harvest for this board? Just an HHKB. Happy Hacking Keyboard Professional. You can look up the assembly guide on YouTube. It's pretty easy. Okay. I may be tripping, but I thought I saw you put 2 rings on 1 slider. Why do you not tell me? Do you know which one? How am I supposed to know now at this point? I have to take them all out otherwise. What do you think of the idea that there might be an anti-universe going in reverse time to explain dark matter? That's fine. That's just an extension of the standard model's symmetry of it. Like, I mean, they're trying to say the standard model is not befit of what we currently know and the existence of what we know, and the idea of having like something like an anti-universe, the way like antimatter works, is that, you know, you're trying to impose a constraint of symmetry over things, and by doing so you have things like imbalance, sort of like, you know, because there are certain things that we still haven't been able to explain as well. Like, I mean, we obviously have managed to explain a little bit more about gravity, things like the Higgs boson and a few things like that, but you know, there are still things about the standard model that we haven't really like squared in. Okay, Nacho, are you sure you saw me put two silencing rings on 1 slider? Are you like absolutely certain? Are you really going to make me remove all of these sliders? Because that's a lot of work. What will happen if you did? Well, that's too bad. If I did, that's too bad. I mean, the only way to know is if you can actually tell the difference when you type on it, basically. That's the only way to know if you actually did that mistake, you know what I mean? Because the silencing rings are so thin that it's barely noticeable as far as the travel is concerned. And then as far as the sound of the keystroke is concerned, it's a little noticeable, but probably not in the grand scheme of things, because in the grand scheme of things you're typing on several keys, you know, around the same time, so you probably won't be able to tell the difference. Yeah. So overall, it doesn't really make a big difference. Unless you can actually tell. So yeah. Check the VOD. Okay, I could do that. Although it's a little harder for me to scroll through the VOD, but I can do that. Open-minded, super necessary when you're researching the bleeding edge of what's known. Have to be willing to change what you know pretty quickly. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, if you're not open to it, I think it's very unlikely you could actually think, you know, ask the right questions, right? Or rather, you have to be willing to accept the fact that, you know, it's gonna change. What percentage of your artisans are one straight from raffle versus those gone through trades or aftermarket? Probably less than 5%, 10% is raffle, and the rest is aftermarket. Yeah, I don't even know. Heck, it's probably less than that. It's probably like less than 2%, 3% of keycaps that I have are going to be raffle. Yeah, expecting to win from raffles is very is very foolish, because if you think about, let's say a maker makes, wait a second. Oh, found the ring. Oh, I did not lose a ring. I actually found it. Okay, so perfect. I like just sat down for a second, looked again, and there it is. Boom, done. No need to go looking. Okay, so yeah, but if you think about an artisan raffle, right? Think about a maker makes 20 keycaps. 20 keycaps. And let's say you have, well, 200 entries, right? So it's gonna be, you know, the probability of winning is, I mean, so technically it picks the 20 people all at once. It's not a picks one and then the next and then the next and so on. So you have a, you know, 1/10 chance of winning, but the reality is that right now, for the more popular raffles, we're talking about anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000 entries. And makers are sometimes making less than 10 keycaps. Or maybe 20 keycaps, or maybe 40 keycaps for the ones who make a lot more. Even then, the chances are pretty slim. And then there is gambler's fallacy for sure. Gambler's fallacy is the idea that just because you lose many times, you should win soon. Because it's a fallacy that you believe that you're more likely to win because you have lost many times in a row, for example. If you want as many artisans as Diego, you just have to be around as long as Diego. I mean, that's kind of partially true, or you need to just like spend a proportional amount of money, I guess. Because I've also gotten a lot of artisans over the years of collecting gradually too. Like retail or not retail or aftermarket, but also like I, you know, cap it a certain number at times. Or like certain amount of money spent, that kind of stuff. So yeah. Just won a Brocap sale. Oh, Reverbiate, nice. Congrats, congratulations on winning. None of the odds raffles are linked. That's correct. Yeah, every trial is a random trial, so the chances are not linked at all. So the probability of you winning isn't increased on each trial. It's the same. So yes, gambler's fallacy is always in effect. It's very easy to believe that you're going to win that way due to that. What IEMs are those? These are Moondrop variations. Oh, I should probably update my earphones or IEM commands soon. Totally forgot about that. But yeah, these are the Moondrop variations. Alright, there it is. Pogtober stream. Hello, coffee bun is fun. How are you? Okay, fuck it. I'm getting Korean fried chicken beef. Nice. Enjoy. I'll see you later. Alright, so quick test. Make sure all the sliders are shifting properly here. Might feel a little gummy at first, but they kind of should just slide a little better. I mean, right now it's not stock, so they're gonna not always slide very nice and easily, but you should still see them slide in and out. So this is good. Because this is the only time I can say thok 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 thok. Hello, Mr. Obsidian. How are you doing, my friend? Alrighty. Let's do this now. And thank you so much for the 25 months. Oh, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Coffee bun is fun. Thank you, thank you. Just got a Topre PCB plus plate for Matrix Falcon from Deskeys. Oh, nice. Oh, that's pretty exciting. I know a few people who have been like waiting to do that too. Oh, I might have missed Issa Cakes' resub earlier, but Issa Cakes, thank you so much. Alright, so we open up our case here. So this is the bottom portion. We can put this aside for now. So here's the top piece. This is the housing for the HHKB Pro Classic, or HHKB Pro 3 essentially, the model that's the newest with the USB-C port. And first we want to do is kind of blow some air to get rid of some of the dust around here. Okay, and then I'm going to be grabbing here, over here we have our gasket. So this is a rubber gasket that will go onto the housing here. So just make sure the orientation's correct. Do you ever watch non-keyboard related Twitch, Diego? No, not really. I actually barely watch any Twitch, if at all. I guess I just find myself enjoying just watching like TV or anime or movies or reading a book more than Twitch, so I kind of just do that instead. Like even if it's just playing in the background. Yeah, I don't tend to watch Twitch a lot, just in general. Alright, so we place a rubber gasket over there. Is Topre as durable as MX over the very long term? It is quite durable. I mean, there are keyboards, there are Topre keyboards that have existed for decades as well, and they're doing just fine. I barely know any artisan makers for Topre. Yeah, there's not too many nowadays, especially. There were more before, and I think the number has been dwindling over time as well. Alright, so we put the plate first. And what we want to do is grab our screws here. Okay, so these were the screws for our HKB case, which I can just put aside for a second here. Anime enjoyer? Yes, I am an anime enjoyer. Fortunately or unfortunately. Okay, so just lightly tighten these screws first. And then what I'm gonna do is check the alignment here. As you can see, some of the rubber gasket here has come off a little bit from the edge. So just make sure it's nicely tucked in before tightening everything else up again. It's contactless, so even more so, I would say. Yeah, very likely. Yeah, I'm a weeb. I have nothing to hide it, to be honest. No reason why I would hide it too. It makes no sense. I've been one since I was like super young too. Like pretty much since I was a kid, I'm pretty used to it. Spike's Family is an early favorite this season. Yes, I'm currently watching, let's see, I'm currently watching Spike's Family, Nisemonogatari, I'm watching Bookworm Season 3, I'm watching Shield Hero, Rising of Shield Hero Season 2, Kaguya Season 3, Rikigakoi, the science one, Season 2, and what else am I watching? What was the first anime you watched? Oh god, I don't know. Probably like, I mean, technically the first anime you watched might be like, what, Dragon Ball? Old school Dragon Ball? Or something like that. Oop. Okay, so everything is on now. Okay. Alright. Looks pretty good, I think. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. So now, you know, this is nice and tightened. Just make sure. So does that mean I won't get banned for saying the T word today? Yes, you are fine to say the T word today. I'll never understand why T word was allowed on PE film days. Oh, it's up to Peaches, so and Poner. It's up to the mods to enforce it. It's not up to me because I don't do anything. If the mods decide that they want to turn it upside down and do it otherwise, they can do it. It's not. I'm gonna wash my hands on that one. Alright, so that's done. We can maybe... Should we put this piece of foam on? Maybe I'll just leave it on. Why not? Actually, well, this will be not between the plate and the PCB, but it'll be afterwards. So I'll put that here. And then we need to get the PCB now. So... now we actually want to get the PCB here. And we want to put it back onto the plate. So we want to carefully flip it upside down and match it here. So there it is. Okay, nice. And then we want to put our screws in. Okay. What do you think of NK x Tifu's new marketing strategy, Diego? I thought it was fine. Why? Personally, I didn't find it too strange because it is quite targeted towards Tifu's audience, actually. And if it got people talking about it, well, that's even better. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny too. People were like, oh my god, so like not safe for work or whatever. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't be browsing Instagram at work. Or whatever it is. How about that? It's not even that much. Like it's pretty much it was the same as having someone in a swimsuit, so whatever. If people talk about it, you did a good job. Yeah, that's marketing for you. I just found it funny? Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was pretty hilarious. I mean, I'm happy for them. I mean, it's a huge collab, it sounds like. Or at least... I mean, even if it's similar to like the Random Frank P one, where they release like a keyboard that's themed after him. After his audience's like colors or whatever, right? It's perfect. Like... It's amazing. Like, there's gonna be a ton of people pouring in to purchase something like that, as opposed to purchasing instead of. So like this is a nice thing about these big collabs, right? The nicest thing is that instead of, like, let's say you guys remember how like Ducky had these collabs with big gamers and whatnot, or like big, like you know, Team Liquid or something like that, you know, whatever it was. And now instead of those options being the ones that are kind of like the point of entry for a lot of people, or like something that kind of convinces to buy a mechanical keyboard, instead it's going to be something that's more, it's going to be closer to what the community is used to seeing. And, you know, like an NK87 or NK65 or whatever it is, right? And like we'll start seeing kind of like just more of the general population be more acquainted with the way custom mechanical keyboards work in our community. I mean, you know what I mean, though, right? All right, so there's that. So before we get too comfortable here with our case here, not just because it's on, we actually should be testing it. So I'm actually gonna put the daughter board on for now. So we just want to put the ribbon cable here back on. 100 Thieves, Holy Macaroni. Yeah. Like that stuff. Okay, and then we just want to test this out first. Make sure everything works again. Alright, nice. Everything works. So that's good. Okay, so unplug this. And now we're going to transfer this over. I don't know how you could run the fingers on the switches like that. I tried to do it once, fingy sore. Really? I guess I'm used to it. Alright, there it is. So now there's an empty case. In order to just preserve every screw, I'm just going to actually put the screws back in their original standoffs. So just slightly, like very slightly, screw them into the respective standoffs so they don't get lost. So here, here, and here. And then I'm gonna get the top case here and then just put it back on. And then put our case screws back on here so it doesn't get lost. What's this? Yeah, that's an unfollow. That's fine. That's good for novelties. Better off with the unfollow. Alright. We can leave the foam or we can put it back out. Alright. Now we are going to put our case here. I mean our PCB. So I believe this goes in like this. we can always double check. Flip it upside down, see that the little levers and whatnot are there. Perfect. And now we can put our screws on for our excuse me. For this, which I believe are these ones. Alright, there's that. And then, next step. So these shims are just in case you're using like a Pro 2 for a Pro 2 Norbauer Heavy Grail. And these are just some extra countersunk screws for the case if you need them. Some extra screws here and there. Alright, so we just have some extra screws for everything. We can just put this one here too. Alright. And now we are going to we can put our, maybe I can put this foam here inside, why not? Thockier, right? If we put foam. More foam, more thocky, so good. Before we do that, we can now put our ribbon cable on. More foam, more thocky, more marbly, more creamy, more meta is what our friend Mason would say, right? Alright, so just kind of lay down the foam there and then close it up. I have office lady hand that has no calluses, prefer to have hands like that? What? Oh, I see. Your hands get dry. Wow, look at this. We're basically done now. Sick. Awesome. I don't know what these are for, actually. I don't know what... Do you guys know what these are for? I have no idea what these are for. There's like some standoffs here. Or, yeah, some kind of like screw holes here. Not sure what they're for, but they're for something, but I don't really think that there's a use here for now. I was lied to. I was promised a 4-hour stream. I just, you know, I just took a look into how it was assembled, and I realized it was easier than I thought. Alright, let me actually give this little spring a little lube here. Just like to. Riser? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe for like a riser or something like that. Well, we'll see how it goes here. Alright, so here we have our keycaps. 5, 6, 7, 8. Snow White blanks, please. I wish I had them, Peaches. If I had them, I would, but I don't. So, no Snow White blanks for me yet. Do you need some? Yeah, of course. I absolutely want some Snow White blanks. They're pretty expensive even in Japan, if I recall. But I mean, I've been looking at like secondhand sales and they don't look cheap. That's the problem. Let me check locally. Okay. I'm pretty sure last I checked it wasn't cheap. So do you live in Japan? Yeah, Mr. Nihon Jam is from Japan. Nihon Jam. Unlike what you would think, he is actually from Japan and not just like a weeb or something. Do you prefer jellies or preserves? Oh boy. I think preserves. I think I like preserves a little better. I actually don't mind either way. Alright, friends. I have an assortment of Topre artisanal keycaps to choose from, just to spice it up a little more. So y'all will help me pick from these. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get it. 8, 9, 0, 11, and 12. Why does the enter look weird? Oh, is it a little crooked? I don't know, maybe it's not seated properly. I can try reseating it. It looks fine there. I mean, I can check with the if the wire is seated properly here because it has a space here. But it seems seated okay. There's just a little bit of wiggle room on this side than this side. Maybe it's the plate? I don't know. Alright. Still disappointed Clackman baited the fuck out of everybody. If you... Oh, well. Yeah, I mean, well. There's hearsay that say that the account is not managed by the man himself, but yeah. it's not confirmed either. Well, kind of. Kind of. Does it look fine from your view? No, it does look a little crooked, actually. Which makes me think that the wire maybe isn't seated, or the keycap is just a little loose. So I'm not sure. I mean, one thing I can do is take off the cap and see if the plate is off by a bit. It seems okay, but it's hard to say. And maybe is the stem a little off? I don't know. There's like a little bit of leeway this way, but not here. So I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is, I think. Gotta use the plum skull? Okay. Or this Vi with the red eyes? Okay, we can use that. Okay, we can use the night owl. And then Artisan redeem. Please put a clack skull. This is the only time I'll ever have a clack on this keyboard. Okay, done. 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 What do we want for the second one? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Oh. I guess 10 and 11. Reaper looking nice? Okay. Reaper it is. Alright. Oh, Pog, Mr. Alex. The jua et the shua he the jow et this the jow the here the jua hey does the jua he does the ua a high the jua hey s. Thank you for the raid message, my friend. That's how I do my type test. Awesome. Thank you. How are you, Mr. Alex? How was your stream? Did the jua et the jua head the jow heja head the jua the jai ua high the jua hey s. How are you, Mr. Alex? How are you? Nice rate message. Alex Otos doesn't do real typing test? Yeah, I guess not. I don't know what's going on with this enter. Alright, Chad, do we go back and look into this enter again? It's gonna be a process because it means I need to reopen and undo all those screws, but I can do it. I can go back to it later on. Yes? Okay, I'll go back to it after. How about we do one typing test and then we go back to it and reopen it, since it's all here. He's religious, types in tongues. You got rated? Okay, fine. Let's type on this first, because we literally just assembled it 2.5 hours later. So let's do that. I'm gonna mute the mic for a second just to move the mic over. Okay. Oh wait, this is the Win key. Is this Alt? Okay, nice. Alright. So this is a Norbauer Heavy Grail. As you can see, the enter is a little crooked, so we have to look into this. I don't know why, because the stabs seem fine, but yeah. Mr. Notos just flexed hard on us. He indeed did. 8-hour stream, please. All right, let's stop the music here and try out our board here today. Why the bottom row off center? Because this is a true HHKB. This is the true happy hacking keyboard layout. If you don't know what the HKB is, it's called the Happy Hacking Keyboard Professional. And it's a layout that was made by computer scientist professor A.T. Wada, and Professor Wada basically modified the keyboard layout to be more compact and somehow more ergonomic, particularly oriented for programmers and people who type a lot. But anyway, yeah, it is off-center like this because of the whatever ergonomics were that Mr. A.T. Wada was, Professor Wada wanted at the time. And yeah, it is a 6U spacebar as well. Did the Happy Hacking Keyboard copy the HKB layout from the hobby? No, quite exactly the opposite. The Happy Hacking Keyboard existed long before the custom keyboard hobby even started. So yes, the Happy Hacking Keyboard has been around since the 90s. So yes. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Ruminative. Yeah, the enter key is still kind of weird, right? I don't know what it is. We'll have to take a look into it. I think it's probably something in there maybe got stuck or something like that. Maybe the wire got stuck on something. I think that's my guess. But we'll take a look. All right, let's give it this a shot. Let's take a listen, friends. So, all right, let's take a listen to this. All right, here we go. This is Lubed Topre on a heavy Grail from Norbauer Co. Oh, let's try again. Ah! Pretty nice. Pretty nice. What do you guys think? You have a fast brain? No, this is kind of slow. I actually hit my new PR here. It was 145 the other day. Did it on some clicky switches, actually. Anyway, let's check out the mods for a second, and we're going back to take a look at the enter in just a bit. So here are the mods. Oh yeah, definitely something's up with the enter. Something's kind of stuck. It sounds like something's like getting stuck on something. Sounds like gold. It definitely sounds pretty nice. I actually really like it. Actually sounds, I'm very surprised for, because the idea of the heavy Grail was that it was designed so that it would be similar to the sound of the original plastic case of the Happy Hacking keyboard. But this is a metallic aluminum enclosure, so it's very nicely sounding for a metallic enclosure for what's initially a plastic board. And obviously it's owed to the fact that the plate was basically reverse engineered in such a way that it fits this, and you can like transpose all the parts over. So it's really nicely done. I am very impressed with the Heavy Grail overall. For sure though, this enter key, something to look at in just a second. So we're actually going to disassemble it, so you guys will actually get to see the guts of the Topre board in just a bit. And the 1U keys are just wobbly by nature. Yes, so Topre does have a bit of a wobble to it. The reason to it is because of the is specifically because of the design of Topre keycaps and the stems, right? So if we take a quick look here, if we enhance over here, you can see that, you know, this is the switch plate here, and this is the stem, and the stem itself like does have a little bit of a wobble to it, right? Like you can see how the stem kind of has a bit of leeway here. And then the keycap is literally sitting inside of the stem. It's not outside, it's sitting inside the stem, because this fits in like that. So as you can see, that there is this taper to the keycap over here that you can see. It's hard to visualize, but there is a taper here to the keycap that allows it to snap onto the stem. So, you know, this stem piece inserts into the slider, and then when you press, it snaps into place. So yeah, there's definitely a little bit of this wobble to it, especially at the top of the cap. So that's probably why you observe that, you know, some of these keys appear a little bit maybe crooked or slightly off. But honestly, it's really just due to the amount of wobble that's, you know, movement that's available to it. But Topre itself has its pros and cons. Yeah. My only Topre board was the RGB Real Force, since they're chair cap compatible. Oh, that makes sense. I personally did not enjoy the RGB Real Force because of the actual design of the RGB Real Force is actually not too good. Like, I actually found it to be worse than the other Real Force models. Like, as far as like the feeling was kind of like subpar compared to it, like the Topre feeling of it. I don't know why. Maybe it was a slider design or something, but yeah, it just looked different, or felt different when I tried it at a meetup. All right, so we're actually gonna get back into the board for a second. So I'm gonna mute my mic for a sec, put the mic back. I know there's no sound because I just muted it on purpose. Alright, so we're gonna open this back up. Carefully remove this piece of foam here. And then over here, we're just gonna remove this ribbon cable. So this is out of the way. Okay, so something's going on with the enter key, so let's take a look at that. Let's get these screws out. So we definitely just want to press just so that it doesn't spring back up suddenly. Funny enough, my dad used this typewriter with Topre compatible keycaps. Oh yeah, there's actually a bunch of keyboards that use Topre compatible keycaps, but I don't think they feel the same as Topre. But they are they have like a very similar design that is actually compatible with Topre sliders. Oh my god, look at the screws, it's magic. Yes, they're forming like a magic circle here. Oh almighty power of magnetism. Anyway, Alex, if you're still there, thank you again for the raid, my friend. I really appreciate you. I hope your stream was good. Do you feel more wobble rattle in silence versus non-silence Topre? No, I wouldn't say that it's that different, like that off. For I don't think silence makes it necessarily much more wobbly or rattly. No. Yeah. Okay, so gotta be careful here. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, let's take this cap off first. Okay, that part seems okay. Where's that needle file that we had earlier? Oh, here. Okay, otherwise seems okay. Let's try to mount it back up again. And then maybe I'll try to clean up this wire over here and try to lube it again. And maybe something about the wire and the lube here. Clean it all off. I'm using Moondrop Variations. I need to update a command for that actually. But I'm currently wearing Moondrop Variations for IEMs. Damn, the real Fox stream. Hey, I'm only who I am. How's it going? How's your week been? How's your week overall? It's Friday. Well, it's Friday here. And Saturday in other places. But it's basically the weekend. We had a good week. There's two types of wobble in Topre. There's wobble from the stem, and there's also wobble from the housing and the likes of RF. Oh yeah, that is kind of true. The RF has housings attached to the plate, so that could have rattle wobble as well. Yes, and that's why, like in the case of like High Pro, those housings are even taller because the keycap's much taller for a profile. Oh, it's just something that they took into consideration and modified the housings for that as well. Been busy looking for a place to move the whole week, so I'm so glad I'm getting a breather now. Oh, okay. So that means you have figured out more or less how your move is going to happen and whatnot? That's good though, if you figured it out. I'm glad. I mean, honestly, moving and housing in general right now, like these days, seems so hellish. It's crazy. It's just really crazy out there to find places, even to rent. I mean, buying and selling is way worse, but yeah, even the renting situation, especially in cities, is quite chaotic. Especially around this time of the year, a lot of people are moving, so for work, school, etc., etc. Okay. Let's see. And the motion of the thing seems fine. Oh, shoot. Damn it. Oh, whoops. Come on. Still kind of looks crooked, huh? It's weird. This is my favorite track from the lo-fi mix. Oh, nice. It's not about the size, it's about the motion of the ocean. So I don't know what's going on here. Let's Let's see, if I exert some force here, what is it that is being... Something happen here? Something must be rubbing. I don't know what it is. It looks about the same to me. It's less crooked, you think so? Well, you think so now, but the problem is once I put the domes back, right? Or is it going to look worse or not? I'm not sure about that just yet. So the only way is to try. So hopefully this is okay. Okay, well, we can try. We can try and see how it goes. Still a little crooked, but it's a little less so. It's not quite perfect, but it's a little better. This is puriform open. Oh, nice. Maybe there's a small bit of the mold in the stab cavity. That's what I'm thinking too. I can't see the flashing though, you know what I mean? Like I can't quite see the actual piece of plastic or whatever. And it certainly has a bit of a ticking. And I'm not quite sure why. Let me see if I can compare it to the other one. If it's any different. I'm stuffed now. I inhaled my food. Oh, nice. Hope it was good. Yeah, it's something weird, right? There's quite a bit of a rattle sort of going on here. Let's see. Let's get back. Let's go back. I do think maybe it's maybe it really is just a little bit of the mold from the plate. I mean, a little bit of flashing on the plate. But yeah. Translate it? Why don't you translate it for me if you're gonna put it on the chat? Cracking wise, I'm thinking of getting a proper Topre board. I would like to use my cherry keycaps. Is the cherry stem conversion on Topre switches worth it, like the desk sliders from Deskeys? Oh, so cracking wise, I would say the Deskeys sliders, the desk sliders are pretty good. I've tried a few. I have not tried a full keyboard conversion, but I've heard good things about it. So if it gives you some hope, I do think they are pretty good quality as far as fitment goes. But I can't quite tell you firsthand experience as to how it does like for a full keyboard. So that you might have to explore yourself. Okay, yeah, see? Okay. Notice this? Notice this? Do you see this? Do you see how the enter is the only key that stayed up? Do you see how the enter key is the only one that stayed up? So there's obviously something preventing it from pressing down. And I need to see what it is. It's like tension. It definitely is the plate, though. So at least we know there's something to do with the plate. But the question is where? That's what I don't know right now. File it? Yeah. File the whole thing though. Just kidding. Let's see though. Let's see what we can do. Keycap fell. Yeah, compared to the shift, the enter is like a lot more rigid feeling. Well, not a lot actually, it's very subtle. But I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, I have a... Let's remove the tension from the wire and try that. Still looks a little off even without the tension from the wire, so it's not the wire. Let me try something. Swapping the sliders, yeah. Does the shift look off now? Hold on. Let's see. Is it the slider? Do you guys think it's maybe the slider itself? I think it's the slider. So the slider's either slightly bigger or something like that? I mean, that's kind of dumb, but it is possible that the slider could be off. Yeah, I think it's the slider, huh? It definitely looks better on the I mean, it's better to have it off on the shift than the other one, I would say, that's for sure. Okay, let's try to put it back on and see how it looks with the screwed on PCB. Every time I do this, it gets me very nervous because, you know, PCB and domes. I'm scared that this is gonna come off. Alright. Alright. Yeah, it definitely looks better now. A little bit, but... Lesser of the two evils, yeah. Yeah, I would say it's, I hope it's not, yeah, the shift isn't too bad. Let me put a few screws and see how it does. Oh yeah, it definitely is a slider. You can tell. There's resistance on one of the sides. On the left side, actually. So weird. So weird. Yeah. Huh. I mean, we do have the option of, I could grab some sandpaper and sand the slider a little, but it is definitely a matter of lesser of the two evils here. It definitely is off. Like, it sounds off already here. I mean, obviously right now it's not completely on, so that sound doesn't help, but yeah. Yeah. I've had this problem with heavy Grail plates, I see. That's kind of, I mean, I guess imperfections are to be expected, but somehow. At least the spacebar is pretty nice. The enter does look better though. It's not perfect, but it's better than super crooked. That is for sure. Yeah. It's also not perfect though. I definitely do think the stabilizer areas need some work. Yeah, I mean, it certainly didn't happen in the OEM case. Maybe there's just more leeway in here compared to the ones in the OEM. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of do I sand it or do I not? I mean, I can. I have lots of sandpaper. But not sure how I'm feeling about it. Oh. Alright, let's take a risk. Let's take the risk. I'm just gonna test it on the faultiest stabilizer and see how it goes. But I definitely do think it's the plastic slider is maybe a slightly too big for the plate. So it's basically binding on the ABS plate from the heavy Grail. We're not in the Dremel phase yet? Yeah, we're not. All right. I'll actually be right back. I'm just gonna wash my hands really quick. Feel a little too greasy. So yeah, I'll BRB and we'll continue in just a second, okay? Every time you take out that PCB, the dome's hanging out for dear life. Yeah, I know, right? I'm actually gonna put them aside. Alright, I'll BRB. Okay, we're back. So let's try this. Let's take off these over here. Leave this back over here. Okay, so let's try something high grit. Okay. Some real science shit. I mean, better try, right, than not. So I'm actually gonna use some water for this because otherwise it's gonna be too dusty. I'm not sure how well this is gonna go, so we'll see. Hello, hello, Cinda, how are you? Surely this won't make the slightest scratchy? Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't think so, because the grit should be high enough that it's pretty smooth based on my experiences sanding stuff. But that said, yeah, I mean, it could introduce a little bit of roughness, but I don't think so because the sandpaper itself is pretty smooth already. Does that look straight to you? Kinda looks okay, but we'll see. What's your opinion on Lubing Topre PCBs? I personally don't do it, and I don't find the need to do it. Some people argue they prefer it. I personally don't think it's needed. But, well, take it as you will. I personally haven't had the need to do it, so I would say it's okay not to. If you find the spring ping bothering you too much, maybe it's not for you, is what I also feel. Like, I think people tend to get very picky about it. But it might just be that maybe it's just not the typing experience for you, and maybe Topre isn't for you. Because I do think that the whole spring part is just part of the design, it's just inherent. So Lubing the Topre PCB is kind of, for me, it seems too extraneous in the sense that so much work to take all the domes apart too. So unless you're going for a full dome swap, it implies pretty much like double or triple the work. And I don't really think it's like I don't really think that the differences would be like that substantial for me to care doing it. So I haven't really done it myself. Yeah. Interesting. How come? Got back from eating tteokbokki. Oh, that sounds so delicious. I want tteokbokki. Do you like it very spicy, the tteokbokki? Or do you like it relatively mild? Spicy is the way? Yeah, I mean, that's the normal way of doing it, yeah. We tried roast tteokbokki? What's the difference? What was the special thing about it? My favorite part of tteokbokki is the fish cakes. Is that wrong? No, it's not wrong. It's fine. It's totally fine. I prefer the slightly sweeter sauce. I mean, the sauce is good, but it's all about the actual stuff that's in there. Well, the egg, the dog itself, the rice cakes, the fish cakes, everything they put, the sausage, whatever you put in it. That's the good stuff, you know? It is a client build, but do you run your Topre stock or mod anyhow? I normally just lube. Sometimes use silencing rings, sometimes don't. Kind of depends on my mood. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I just feel like running it without silencing rings. But lube is pretty much all I need for Topre. There's still a decent bit of resistance over here on the plate. Rosé tteokbokki is trending in Korea supposedly. Oh, I see. What do you think of the Mold 81st edition? It's fine. Yeah, if you like the aesthetic, it can be built as a fine board. And also, one thing is, you need to be okay with the idea that for the first edition, there's a decent amount of foam because it's only stack mount able. So you need to be okay with that part. Yeah, it's still quite rigid on the keys here, and in particular, I actually think swapping the sliders, while it looks better, it makes both of them worse for fitment. Like, the enter key ends up being a little better, but the shift key ends up being worse. So, like, yeah, it's not... I actually think I prefer the other way around. So I might swap these back. Kind of unfortunate that the plate is a little bit of a challenge here. Unlucky? Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I like it how you have predicted that it's gonna be a long stream. You think I jinxed it? I mean, finagling around, I guess. That's fine. I mean, I don't really care. Do you think this stab design is better or worse than MX? You mean Topre in general? Oh, I don't think it's great. I think MX is a little easier. I actually think CoStar MX is actually fine. I actually think CoStar MX is better than Cherry. coaster doesn't work with thick PVT though, then you'll live with it. What else do you do? You just have to live with that. So yeah, like, so this stab slider works better on it's unfortunate here. To lube your stabs again for Topre, you have to open up the whole board? Yeah, that is true. That is definitely the worst part of Topre. The worst part of Topre is all the screws involved. It's not quite the... Nothing else really is more annoying than that part about Topre, that's for sure. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to live with this. It's not any particularly better, but it is what it is. That's the sad part about Topre is the sound. I disagree heavily with that. The part about Topre that's great is the sound, I think. So I actually disagree with that because I personally think the sound of Topre is particularly nice. So yeah. Alright. I think we'll just have to close it up for now. Maybe I'll sleep on it and come back later if I think of something. Nathan also had plate problem. He also had to file down considerably. So the only thing that I'm here trying to see what I need to file is the stab section. And I'm not sure if it is the slider segment, like the circular part, or if it is the rectangular part, but I think it is the rectangular part that is giving me issues more so than the circular part. I think the circular part is sliding fine. I think it's the rectangular part of the stabilized keys that is giving me more concerns here. Yeah. Because I can definitely feel tension on the left side of this stab and on the right side of this stab. So there's tension on the plastic itself. Yeah. The spacebar is fine because the spacebar is its own stab, but it's the plastic not fitting properly here. One thing I do notice about the plate is that the clips here are a little different from the original. So maybe it's causing extra tension on the wire or extra tension on the plastic itself. I don't know. I don't know what it is exactly. And we could try filing more. I just don't know how much more I need to file for it to fit. Yeah. But yeah, this part of the stab is like pretty tense, and the stabs don't sound particularly good here right now. There's something hitting. I don't know what it is. It's the keycap really, but yeah. Unless. Let me try something. Thinking maybe the keycaps also. So let's try this. Oh! Is it the caps? Is it the top part? Actually, not the bottom, but the top. This part? I think this rectangular part, maybe it's too much. Oh no, okay. I feel the tension here. So, but this one's a little better. This one's better than this right now. Compare this to this. It sounds a little better. Not by too much, but a little. But the shift is still pretty bad. It's still a little too much. So let me see what happens if I put another 225U over here instead, like this one. Okay, it's still just as tense, so still not good. I don't know. Can I even see if it's hitting? I can't even tell from here. It's just too difficult to say. It's very difficult to see. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks pretty similar, you know? It's, yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit puzzled, but I'm gonna try something. Let's see. I may have some spare Topre parts from past Topre boards that I've pieced apart, so I'm actually considering just grabbing some other sliders and seeing if I can make a donation basically to this. Where can I buy this? Probably best luck that you have right now would be on r/Mech Market, which is the aftermarket place for mechanical keyboard parts. It's the same, but let's try. Okay, no. It's not the wire, it's definitely a housing, so. I'm a little bit stumped in the sense that I'm not sure if I really want to file this out or shave this down. It definitely seems to me like this corner's too tight here. But I don't know if I really want to risk that. It just is too tight for this slider. It's the impression I'm getting here. This corner is too tight. Are you making these keyboards? Well, I assemble custom mechanical keyboards. I put the parts together. It's kind of think about like when people assemble Gunpla and then, you know, do stuff with it. It's like kind of the same idea. You're putting the parts together. The parts are made in a, you know, in a factory, but then you have to assemble them together because they come in a kit, so they don't come pre-built already. You need to put them together yourself. So I do that. I assemble custom mechanical keyboards for myself and other people, and yeah, that's what we do here. Shave me down. Hello, Mr. Konako. How are you? How's it going? How much can I do that with? Okay. Let's see. So we doing rubber domes today? Yeah, we are. We are doing rubber domes today. No soldering? Scam, I know, right? Imagine not putting one of my skill sets, like one of my skills to use. What a scam. It's just false advertising. Calling myself a mechanical keyboard builder and no soldering? God. Big scam. No solder, all fog. Still the same. Okay, well. If I knew what part it was that was a little too tight here, I would be very grateful, but it's very difficult to tell. Oh well. I just want to see if I can relieve some of the pressure on the left shaft here though. The enter I think is okay. Or like it's better than before, but it's not perfect yet. Soldering makes keyboards clack, I heard. Yeah. They become clackier the more you solder, I heard. Sorry guys, I would show this, but I actually need more leverage here, so. Can you just yeet the wire? No. Otherwise it would just sink to the bottom, like the slider would just sink down. Even if the dome would hold it up. The wire is sort of what keeps the cap in place. I mean, we could try, but I can't see it making it any better. Solder is way more thocky, clacky, creamy, poppy, marbly than hot swap. I'm a fan of Mason. I see. Mason even has fans now. Damn. Damn. Who knew? Who knew? Still the same. Still the same. And if I yeet the wire, the pressure doesn't really come from the wire either. He has good pasta? Oh, he does. That he does. His specialty. He's very charming in the pasta. The man knows how to cook. The man knows how to cook a good one. Yeah, this is I don't know. It definitely is a housing issue though. It's a plate problem. Or a slider, slider to housing fitment issue is what I should say. And I am a bit puzzled how to finish this up. But I am tempted to really file it down, but I don't know how successful that will be. So I don't know what you guys think. If you people in chat have ideas, you can try, but let's see. Burn it? Easy. Easy request. I'll go down in the books like Apollonama. I'm not sure if that name rings a bell to you though. The moral here is that while this is nice, we should just stick to OEM. Hence the reason I did not purchase an XRF. Because I just decided to stick to OEM on my real force. Okay, let's see. Waiting for the day you buy UTD with the sole purpose of throwing it off a building? You mean like after I build it and then I throw it off a building? So it's a building after building? Throw off a building after building it, rather. Either or? I mean, if someone sends me one and I don't have to spend the money for it, maybe. Make sure to... Why are you doing what you are doing? Oh, easy answer. Because there is some resistance to the travel of the stabilizer slider, which leads me to suspect that there is a little bit of excess plastic that's blocking the travel. And so what I am doing currently is I'm basically shaving off a little bit of the plastic using a sharp needle file. Because doing so will, well, you know, decrease the amount of friction between the plastic and the piece of plastic that's trying to travel around it. That is what I am doing. Make sure to build it with whatever GMK clone as well. Sure. Well, okay. I think it's slightly better. Can't say it's immensely better, but I think for now I'm gonna put it together, see what state it's in, and then maybe in a few days I'll sleep on it for a little bit and come back to it and see if I can see if it improves. But if not, then I think we can figure out what the next step is. Do we even want to give UTD and GMK clones our money? No, of course not. I mean, well, I don't, but some people do, I guess. Yeah, it definitely is a plate issue though. For some reason, when it comes up, it's a little crooked, and when it comes back down, it comes back to normal, which means something's getting in the way. Oh well, okay. Let's put it together for now. Has anyone made brass Topre plates? Ooh. Ooh. Nice catch, Diego, nice catch. Nice catch, Diego. Mm-hmm. People who know Topre know exactly why the panic, right? You know, like if the domes do come off from the PCB with the fucking little conical springs, gee bus. 1 more hour is an underestimate in my opinion. Because those conical springs, the problem is when they pile up, like when they come close to each other, they're super easy to pile up. So like they bunch up into like 2s or 3s, and they're hard to separate too. It's like 2 hours. Just like separating everything and making sure it's fine. It's actually so horrible. Oh my goodness, that would be a real freak out though. Back loop Topre springs never again? Oh goodness. At least the spacebar is good, I guess. Yeah, oh well. Too bad about the stabs. It's not quite what I want, but I think it's really a plate issue here. I do have a question though. Maybe if my client could request a plate replacement if available, wouldn't be a bad idea. Because I mean, it's a defect, right? I don't know if that's even feasible. I guess as it is, it might be a little difficult to do that, but yeah. Probably would get dismissed as, oh, did you make sure you shaved off the plate a little more? But I don't know. I don't know what the response would be to that. I've subjected myself to dome swapping for some unknown reason. Oh boy. Topre 45 gram is still the best in my opinion. Topre variable is okay. Topre 55 is, in my opinion, a little too heavy for me. For my preference, at least. And, yeah. But yeah, Topre 45 for me has been the easiest to use. Most comfortable. Less of a headache, basically. The shift is okay as long as you don't hit it at the edge on the left side. It's just this left side that has a bit of tension, I don't know why. And Lube certainly doesn't help either, so. And same with this, it's like on the right side here, it's a little more tense. It's like something's hitting, you know? Well, that part is definitely the keycap hitting first. Because if I replace this keycap with this guy over here, it seems okay. So it's a little bit of a mix of this top part being a little too much, and then there being a little bit more tension than usual. But it's definitely plasticating something, right? Anyway. Enough of a rant. Let's see. Overall though, I actually am quite impressed with the heavy Grail in the sense that it does sound like Topre. Like, as in, the metallic case really didn't affect the sound as much in a negative way. So aside from maybe slight imperfections possible from the plate, it's pretty much perfectly fine. I think the left shift's okay-ish, but yeah, just if it hits this part below. Do you also feel like right now the MX hobby is dying and the Topre is exploding? Okay, I will disagree with MX hobby dying. I don't think that's a fact. I will heavily disagree with that. But Topre expanding is in like it's catching the attention of people. It always comes in waves for Topre. It always comes in waves relative to whatever aftermarket solutions or like hype is kind of present from like people featuring it or people talking about it more, things like that. So yeah, it just kind of comes and goes, but it's always been there. But MX dying is like, no, like just like that is not a valid statement to make because it's not true. Like it simply is fine, doing just fine. Definitely feels like the market is flooded with boards right now and people not buying. Well, that's because there are a lot of keyboards out there. Simply speaking, it doesn't. There being more keyboards does not mean the market is dying. It just means there is There simply is just a lot of. It's a game of numbers. It doesn't mean the interest in keyboards is dying though. It means people's interest in purchasing aftermarket is perhaps dwindling because it's just that people like what people can do. Like the alternative to not buying in the aftermarket is just to wait to buy something new from a vendor or a designer. And that is very easy to do, to be honest. It's just a matter of time, right? Like all you have to do is wait, purchase, wait, get it, build it, use it, right? And that option is pretty readily available now, for sure, because the hobby has grown so much. Yeah. People are excited to try something different. Yeah, that too, also. That's a big one. All right, let's try this again, shall we? All right, maybe we all have enough boards at this point. Well, I mean, that's always been the case, I think. All right, I'm gonna mute the mic and position it. Alrighty. So here it is once again, typing of this Topre 45 gram HHKB inside a heavy Grail aftermarket case from Norbauer Co. Entry key is tilted. Yes, we know. We've basically been doing stuff about that for the past like hour and a half, but that is just an inevitable reality right now. There's not much we can do about it. It's just something about the fitment of the stabilizer inside of the plate, and we tried shaving it, but that didn't really help. So it is what it is for now, unless we figure something out. All right, here it is again. Heavy Grail. But it sounds pretty good though. It's like, aside from the enter key being a little funky, it sounds really nice. It pretty much sounds just like what I would want a metallic case with Topre to sound like, which is really good, really good. Yeah, like the alpha sounds spectacular. All right, here are the mods. Oh, shift is okay. Bearable. Enter key a little problematic. No big deal, I guess. If you don't, never press enter. Yeah, the alpha sounds fantastic. The alphas I have no complaints about. They sound great. They sound excellent. Enter key aside, that's it. Sounds like good feeling of oneness. It indeed does sound like good feeling of oneness. Shift is actually okay. I think it's more bearable than I thought. I think the tension that I felt on the cap felt really off, but it's actually okay. So it's just the enter key, which, I mean, my thought on the enter key is the best way I think to resolve this is really to shave the shit out of it and basically make it so that it really is just kind of, you know, just barely in place and in the right orientation, like, you know, like basically just about this much, and then it'll be fine. What I do notice is basically when I do press the enter key, it kind of does rotate a little back in place, which makes me think that the plate is a little off at the part where it's furthest closest to the edge of the plate at the very top, because when I do press it, it kind of returns to a more straight like orientation. But anyway, that's something to perhaps hack down and figure out. Shave the shiitake out of it. Yeah. But anyway, I do like it. We can compare it to like my Pro 1 over here, I think, or Pro 2. Well, actually, I have a few boards. I'll bring a few. So there's a Pro 2 over here, there's a Pro 1 over here. They're lubed differently. This one on the left is lubed more similarly to the one on the, oopsie, my wire got disconnected. There's more similarly lubed to the one here in the heavy Grail, so with 3204 and 205, very, very similar. And the one on the right is lubed with Krytox oil, like 105 or 104, you know, one of those. I actually don't remember which. I didn't do it, so I actually am not entirely sure. But yeah, so they're gonna sound a little different, but let's try them out. Let's try the similar one first. Well, look who it is. Hello, Mr. Viper, how you doing, buddy? You doing well these days? Haven't seen you around. Aw, yeah? Aw, yeah. Alright. So here is a heavy Grail first. Been good? So busy? I see. This one is actually not the best condition HKB that I have, because I picked it up in the aftermarket for really cheap, and someone basically, like the person who sold it to me, told me like, oh, it's been lubed like long time ago, I don't know with what, I had to like clean it up and like all that kind of stuff. So it's not like the best either, but yeah, it's just a reference. And then there's this one. Jordan, yo, thanks for the 14 months, buddy. How are you doing? Feels good. All right, so this is my Pro 1, and here's the heavy Grail. Again, heavy Grail. I really like this Pro 1 is like my magnum opus, okay? It's so good. It sounds great, it feels great, it looks fantastic. It's like the blank edition. It's like kind of rare or whatever, but it's great. It does have a it only uses a USB mini connection, and there's no way to do anything else with it, but it's fantastic. I have no complaints. And it's awesome. But that said, I do like how the Heavy Grail sounds, in the sense that it is pretty consistent. Like, it has that consistent, it has this like this, it has a signature sound to it. The case, it has a signature sound to it, and it's like, I feel like if you compared many different, you know, like similar setups, maybe loop slightly differently, they still will kind of have this like bass sound to it, and then they like will differ a little bit depending on the shape, like the condition of the domes and the lubing and like all that stuff. But overall, it has a very like specific sort of sound that it's pretty pleasant still. But the plastic definitely has a bit of a there's like a harshness to the plastic in a way that that is like very distinct to it as well. Like, especially when it bottoms out, there's a sound to it that it like kind of tells you like, oh, that's just a plastic case. Whereas in the Heavy Grail, it kind of like resonates a little bit more. Yeah. Was that Dark Charquette on the other HKB? Oh yeah, so I can just tell you that's ionospheric blue, and that's Dark Charquette. Yeah. I'm gonna steal that Pro 1 someday. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So just to demonstrate, but it's like the Heavy Grail itself has its merits. I actually really like how it sounds. Yeah. Kind of curious about something. Like, if I just replace this though, it will sound fine, right? Seemed better with this keycap for some reason. A little rattle, but better than the stock for some odd reason. Well, there you have it. Anyway, not terrible, not great, but you know, there it is for the enter key. Oh, you can see how much I shaved off. There's like so much residue here. Alright, whatever. I wish Dark Charquette had more in MX. Yeah, that one's kind of hard to find, that's for sure. Alright, I'm gonna mute the mic, reposition it. Alright. Well, I guess that's that for this part of this thing of the stream here. I don't know. What do you guys think? Amarade, hello. Hope you're doing great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing all right. 4:20. Time to end it. Oh yeah. Just end it right away. But all right, let's show off the Heavy Grail for a second. And I guess call it a night. Actually, I wonder if I replace this enter key here with my enter key over here, does it look very different? Is it? Because this one's another stock. Oh, well, OEM. This one was dyed actually. You can see like there's like residue. What? That sounds okay. Well, but it is still a little crooked though. It is still a little crooked, as you can see. It is still a little bit crooked. So, surely not the caps. I mean, hey, people say things about the OEM caps, and you know, normally they're all okay. I mean, Ninewalker, what you can actually try is you know, just replace any caps that you have when you're trying any Topre out and you find that you have issues. But that said, the problem is like yeah, I mean, I don't know. Replacing this with a white set would be pretty nice too. Like the regular gray and white set. That one's pretty nice too. You need 2 Artisans in that bottom one? Oh yeah, this one, I took them off, that's why. I took them off. How similar is Dark Share Kit compared to Historic Blue? Oh, they're very close. They're pretty close. Historic Blue, Dark Share Kit is a little bit more grayish, sorta. It has like a more like, it's like a dusty, sort of like dark blue. Whereas Historic Blue is more of a, it's closer to like a navy than a gray blue sort of tone. It's very, very close. Super, super close. Anyway. Historic Blue more common MX? Ooh, I actually don't know. Maybe? But I don't know. I'm actually not too sure. Alright. So here is our heavy Grail from today. Look, let's just pretend this is perfectly straight. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, totally not holding the enter key. It's perfectly straight for the preview. It's gonna look perfectly straight and perfectly fine. Nobody will know unless they watch the VOD, right? So, all right, 3, 2, 1, boom, done. Easy clap. We never had an issue today. I streamed 4 hours because I love streaming. Hot glue it? I mean, you know what you could actually do? I think you can technically put like a little piece of like plastic or like a little piece of like tack, like the like white sticky tack, and basically it'll cause this to tilt a little further down, and it'll be fine. Try to change the sliders. Sometimes the sliders are crooked. Yeah, so we did try that. When I changed it, it was actually worse overall because the left shift sounded pretty bad. So I shifted it back. So I mean, shifting the slider would definitely help for this. Yeah. You forgot to lube the PCB. This is why the enter failed. Oh, rip. Anyway, this is the bottom of the case, and this is the back. Very clean. I really like it. And the side profile of the heavy Grail here, probably maybe a little more accurate with this side because this side is more of an OEM profile keycap. But it looks really nice. Should you or should you not lube Topre PCB? Real question. It's a choice. It's up to you. Personally, I don't do it because it's a lot of work. The problem with lubing a Topre PCB is manifold, okay? Number one is that you actually don't know what you're doing to the PCB, in the sense that the PCB uses it uses capacitance, right? It uses capacitance measurements to basically form a full circuit, and like the actuation of the keys happen due to that capacitance measurement changing. When you press the keycap, there is this spring that touches the PCB, and the capacitance of that changes due to that short, and that's like what causes the actuation of the key. But if you lube it, like if you put fluid on it, you are effectively introducing an external factor that can change the capacitance that's being measured, that's being read on the PCB. So while it might not have an issue, maybe if you're just like, if it just happens to be that external factor is very minor and doesn't introduce any issues, great. But I don't know if there's a long-term effect. And also it's messy. Like, number 2 reason is that it's super messy. You have to take it apart, and then you have to put every conical spring on top again with the dome, align it, make sure all the conical springs and the domes are perfectly centered around that circle on the PCB on all 60 different keys. So it's just so much work. Like, you know how I took the PCB out earlier and it had all the domes in place and the springs, and it basically was just there? I want to leave it that way for as long as possible. The last thing I want to do, honestly, is to dislodge the springs from the domes. That you don't want to do that. Like, that was placed by the factory. Like, the springs and domes were placed by a machine in the factory, and they actually are adhered to the PCB with a very, very small amount of glue or something. And it's kind of stays there. And as soon as you tear that sheet of rubber off from the PCB, that adhesive is gone. It's anytime you put a dome on there, it's always gonna shift around from there on. Do people lube the springs? So the idea is that people are lubing the PCB so that the springs don't make noise when you press down on the keycaps. Like when you press down on the keys. People say like there's like spring crunch and they're lubing the PCB effectively to get rid of that sound. But personally, I think it's like a characteristic of Topre. Like, it's just the way Topre sounds, and if you can't embrace that, I personally think like maybe Topre isn't for you. Maybe Topre is just not your thing. And if you think that you can lube this PCB or whatever to do, to do better or whatever, go ahead. But I personally am like, it's too much trouble. It's messy. And as far as I'm concerned, being an engineer, like an electrical engineer specifically, I'm not a fan of the idea of it. Like, the idea of it bothers me to the core, because I know that the tech is dependent on capacitance. I know the capacitance is a sensitive thing, and you're effectively introducing an external factor to it, and I just don't really feel comfortable with the idea of it. So yeah, like, and this is why, I mean, if you're wondering why there is no custom Topre PCB, that's why. It's because that electrocapacitive thing is not a trivial problem for a PCB or for an engineer to design. Like, it's patent technology, and like now the patent is already expired, and like people are developing custom Topre PCBs. But that's also because, okay, you know Gondolindrim, designer of PCBs. He has a PhD in electrical engineering. The man is really smart. The man also has a lot of experience. He's been making PCBs for people, and he also is just a very smart dude. Super nerd. Super nerdy, super interested in this stuff, super passionate. And so, like, that kind of drives all his research and his work. And honestly, like, he's kind of a rare breed in the sense that it's not like every day you're gonna find a PhD in electrical engineering in the community doing stuff like this. So yeah, there was a time when Hasu, who is a Japanese developer, who also did the aftermarket controllers for the HKB, and there was also like other Destorian members and whatnot, like other people in the Japanese community who tried to also like basically reverse engineer EC PCBs, like, you know, electrocapacitive technology PCBs, and they weren't that successful. I mean, they were successful in like maybe creating one switch clone kind of, but it wasn't perfect, and so that's why it never scaled up. Never scaled up. And now it's like, yeah, now we have some people out there kind of finally following in those footsteps, and hopefully they're going to figure out the problem and be able to scale up into something that you can manufacture and have consistent, you know, like a bill of materials for it that you can just order and assemble on an assembly line and it'll work. Or you assemble it as a DIY kit and it'll work. Who knows? Who knows? We've yet to find out. And yeah, this desk mat is the rubber hose off-card desk mat. I saw those Topre kits for a Matrix Burst. Yeah. So that's the same thing. There's probably a developer, a PCB designer or developer who is working on this same problem separately on their own, in affiliated with Matrix Lab. And I've heard of like people also figuring out, like, I mean, I've heard of people finding like a what was that, like 86U PCB or whatever, but it's also like it's custom, so you have to get like a custom plate made for it. It's very expensive, and there's like some issues there too, I think. So it's like a work in progress basically. There's basically no like perfect solution just yet. It's like all still like a work in progress, and it's going in a good direction though. I mean, I have faith that we will soon have availability of custom Topre stuff, and it'll open up a lot of doors. People will start making cases. People will start making plates and custom stuff, custom mounting or whatever. We'll maybe see a lot more for Topre. Did you already do the typing test? Just joined. Yeah, but you can listen to it briefly, like from here. It's not the perfect placement of the mic, but you can hear it a little. That's what it sounds like, more or less. You get the idea. Alright, anyway, yeah. But yeah, that's kind of like the verdict on Topre right now. It's kind of, it's like things are not necessarily set in stone. I don't know why my chat client died here, but whatever. So I actually don't know where, yeah, I'm sorry, but I actually lost track of whatever pings you might have sent over my way. So if you had anything to tell me, you can say it again now, because I don't see it anymore. Well, just my Chatterino died for some reason. Oh well. I wish Chatterino actually saved the mentions, but it doesn't. Is there a way to edit that? Can I have that save? Oh, anyway, whatever. So yeah. I'm pretty much done for tonight though. So if y'all have anything else, we can talk about it. But if not, I'll probably be off. Yeah. Let me see. What build do I have next? Let me think about that actually. Let me check. Oh yes! We have a very exciting build coming up, my friends. We have a very exciting build coming up. Do you guys want to tease? It won't happen this weekend, most likely, but I will ask the client. But I'll tease it anyway, because I want to show you. Are you done yet from Boner? Wait, why? Wait, what do you mean? Alright guys, guess what this is before I flip it over or open it. I mean, obviously, I think people can easily guess. 356CL? That'll be great. Is it though? Keyboard? Keyboard, 100%. Yeah. Nah. Ta-da. Called it. Keyboard is correct. It is a keyboard. So this is actually the auction unit that was sold recently through the GAF Discord / Shuangmu. They ran a prototype unit auction, and the winner of the auction sent it out, and I offered to build it for free because Kudos and Koala, you know, Keycaps, Key Collective, they're friends of mine, and yeah, I wanted to help in any way possible, and just kind of decide that, you know, if it's an incentive, maybe if anybody wants to, like, if anybody wins it and wants to actually have it built by somebody else, and so that they don't have to go through the trouble of building something like they perhaps find too expensive or whatever, instead of just keeping unbuilt perhaps, or maybe they wanted to build themselves, that's fine. But yeah, if they wanted to have someone else build it, then I was, you know, happy to build it on behalf of them, and I'll do it for free. So yeah, they reached out to me. The winner reached out recently, and they were very kind in being willing to send it out, and they're like, yeah, I would like to have it built soon. And so yeah, so there it is. And so yeah, so here's some of the parts, some TX steps, some lube here, some good old classic, the best switch. You know which switch. I don't even have to say the name of the switch. And then we can have a quick look at the case. MX Browns, MX Blacks actually. But yeah, here is the case itself. So the plate is over there inside of the bag, but this is what the board actually looks like. There is our, is it, maybe it's, I think it's copper badge. MX Blacks! Wow! I never knew that you would be building with MX Blacks! I couldn't have predicted it at all. I know, right? Anyway, so we have our badge over here. And there is our, it's a little dusty. There's a 910 engraving. And then there is our gaff caps art work, line work in copper. Yeah, I believe this is copper. You popped up as a recommended channel, and my man's got a rubber hose Dustman Norbauer heavy Grail stream. Thank you. Luminarius, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you to Twitch for recommending me. Alright, and then this is the TGR. And then it's a little dirty right now, so let me clean it off. And then there is a steel weight with the gaff graffiti style engraving over here. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the board. So we will be building this probably next time, most likely. Pretty simple build actually. Just good old MX Blacks, and yeah, and it's a black case, so you know, pretty simple. So yeah, maybe by then we'll have something else, but we'll see. Anyway, so that's that. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing next time. I haven't announced the time or when I'm gonna do it yet, or because I need to actually coordinate with the client. They actually wanted to be sure that they could watch the stream. So yeah, so I'll look into that. But again, well, anyway, welcome Luminarius 26, and yeah. All right, friends. I guess we'll call it a night here. I'll actually let's go raid somebody. Let's see who we can raid right now. And a very cool mouse. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's a GMK Copper style Razer Viper Ultimate. We have Ruminative currently streaming birthday week build. Oh, we could rate them and show some love. GRN building on the F1 versus F2. Shinjing Wong Patty building a M65, very round marks M65. Timato, let's mod a 25 Australian dollar 60% keyboard from Kmart. Okay, I think that's all for keyboards actually. Not too many keyboard people today. I see Meeper gone, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Anthony streaming again? Wait, hold up. Anthony's currently streaming? Oh? Okay. Mr. Anthony streaming. Oh shit. You guys want to check out 001 Anthony? Do you know 001 Anthony? Do people know 001 Anthony at all these days? Haven't seen him in a while. He took like a 1-year hiatus or something like that. OG, in the sense that he was one of the first keyboard streamers on Twitch, way before Nathan, I mean, pretty much around the same time as like Top Clack, and actually was pretty much one of the first, or it was either the first or one of the first, very, very early on in 2017, and he's been in the community for a while. He's been in the community for like 6-7 years now, maybe longer, I don't know actually. And yeah, pretty cool dude. He's been building keyboards for a long time too. And he took a break from things, and it looks like he's back. All right, let's go raid Mr. Anthony and say meow, go raid. Welcome back, Anthony. It's so good to see you back building keyboards. What's good? Alright. Miyago Pog. He also pioneered the current keyboard streaming format too, with top and face cam. Yeah, he did. He did a lot of things as far as like being a president for things. So like definitely like people like Nathan and myself and other people like definitely look at him with respect. So Wodan, YouTube primarily. Anyway. Alright, so there's the raid message. Again, thank you everybody for stopping by. I really appreciate y'all's company and support. I'll probably see you guys more than likely next week, sometime next week. But if not, there might be a stream this weekend, but I will maybe post it in my Discord, so make sure you join me on my socials and my Discord server if you want to be pinged or just be in the know. Okay? Alright friends, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a great night and thank you so much for hanging out. See ya.